We go live?
Yes, sir, we are live now. Please go ahead.
Morning, morning to everyone who's joined this session this morning. Our very special welcome to Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He has been with us the last time. He's patronized this activity of ASSOCHAM. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. We have Rohini and Ashwini, my colleagues from ASSOCHAM, who are here, and distinguished other speakers. We find a lot of speakers coming in from other parts of the world, other departments of Government of India, who will be joining and speaking on the subject during the session, which lasts till about 3 p.m. Thank you, media, domestic and international delegates who have kind of joined up this program. Just to give you a sense, ASSOCHAM is an organization that you're going to spend your next few hours as to what we do. We are a large organization, has a very large membership of medium, small, and medium and large members across India, cutting across all sections and sectors. I think what has happened to India in the last 1.5 years, which is the global pandemic, which has hit us, we came out very well out of it. The second wave has kind of hit us once again, and a lot needs to be done. As an organization, as a responsible organization, we have set up a task force which cuts across members and are helping governments at the municipal level, at the district level, at the state level, at the central level to form policy, to help create capacity across hospitals and contribute from our members to create relief to people who are stuck as of now. Our great thanks to the Government of India and the Department of Science and Technology, led by the Secretary, who have contributed very largely in creating that research ecosystem, which is now providing us the indigenous vaccines and solutions that will help us contain this pandemic. If not today, very certainly in the near future. We all have a very responsible way to live and behave, because this is not going anywhere very soon till the time we are all vaccinated. The number of people that we are, I think it'll be a while before we will be. So all have to act very responsibly. So just thought to give you a sense as to what ASSOCHAM is doing. We were, while going through this pandemic, we were hit by the cyclone on the western coast. So ASSOCHAM has contributed in a very large way. And there are 3 stages of a cyclone, and we are going to go in for another one, which is coming on the eastern side of India, which is the Yas one. So it's the pre-stage, the during stage, and the post-stage. So right now we are in the post-stage at Karnataka, at Goa, at Gujarat. And while we are on the pre-stage with Odisha and West Bengal, helping industry to ensure there is no discontinuity, and especially with the COVID matters, I think it is extremely important to ensure continuity of oxygen to hospitals and supplies, and supply chain of the entire network doesn't get choked. Economy is under stress. This could not add another one. And obviously the target is to ensure zero death, zero loss of life. So, Mr. Ashutosh, thank you so much once again. This is a very important subject, so I'll bring back the feedback that I wanted to share with all of you. So thank you for this patient hearing from me. This is an important subject. India has laid the foundation. Under your leadership, we have had these discussions. In the last 1 year, we found a lot of products and services are coming through. Quantum computing, quantum simulation, quantum communication, quantum sensing, the last 2 have really seen some opportunities which have started to surface. Governments across the world are investing, private sector across the world is investing, and the whole view is that this could be a $22 to $25 billion market in the next few years. Now, this is a huge opportunity which India and Indian industry cannot miss. And therefore, it is extremely important that we all put together our heart and soul to make it happen. I remember Secretary was with us last time, and he, in his words, had mentioned how can we get the Indian industry enthused and get them to participate in this. I'm sure lots have happened in the last 1 year. Lots will happen as we move along. There's a huge success that we have created with our research and development. And the way the world is, India has a very huge opportunity to play in the research and development, partnering the world to create this new paradigm for India, this huge business that will create new jobs, new strengths for India as we go along. I'm not the expert on quantum, so therefore I'm not going to venture into any of the technology parts of it. But with this, once again, welcome all of you. And may I now invite Rohini, Dr. Rohini, to share her thoughts with us. Thank you very much. Rohini, over to you. You'll unmute yourself, please.
Sure. Thank you, Deepak. Thanks for organizing this despite the challenging times that we are going through. I'd like to spend the next 15 minutes or so on quantum computing. We do understand that quantum as a set of technologies is broader than computing. It includes, as Deepak said, communications and sensing, etc. But I will focus on quantum computing as such. I think just as an overview, and I'll give a Microsoft point of view. But before I get there, let me give you a little bit of sense of myself and my role and my connect to this topic. So I serve as the National Technology Officer for Microsoft India. I work on technology areas that are strategic to the country and have long-term impact. And I work with the government and our key partners and customers. I began my career at AT&T Labs in the mid-90s, to be 1995 to be precise. And if you follow quantum computing, some of the very original and famous algorithms in quantum computing were invented at Bell Labs. Peter Shor developed his Shor's algorithm in 1994, and Love Grover, the famous Grover algorithm, was developed in 1996. In fact, Love Grover was in the same lab in which I was working. I was working, of course, on deep submicron semiconductor design and simulations thereof, and so had that close touch. But I think if I reflect back on how the semiconductor and the computing industry has transformed the world, I see quantum computing has a completely different trajectory to take the world into. So I'll spend a few minutes on how does quantum computing redefine the meaning of computing, and perhaps this is most applicable for people perhaps with a layman understanding of why this is the case. Then I'll speak about the path to scaling quantum computing that Microsoft is taking, and how perhaps you may want to get started today, because this is a long journey that that organizations, developers, startups will need to embark on to be ready for the long haul. So first of all, why should we care about quantum computing? We've made a lot of advancements in computation. The cloud is here. There are exascale computation possible today. But the kind of problems that we are facing, of course, we are looking at the pandemic today, but climate change, whether it is looking at optimizing our natural resources, thinking about energy needs for the growing economies around the world, these are planet scale problems, and they are truly different in nature. And that is what people are looking, scientists and technologists are looking at quantum computing to solve some of these exponentially complex problems. I think the need to understand them will come from a couple of examples, and let me just dive right into it. And why that is the case, because exponential as a behavior sometimes is difficult for human beings to capture. So if you look at a simple molecule and what you see on the left-hand side, a simple molecule, and if you're looking to simulate this and understand the behavior of how this molecule binds with other molecules to form various compounds, some of just the computational chemistry problem is by solving classical computers, very soon you start to see that these problems are not solvable, meaning the exponent actually doesn't work, even if you use the very best of computational power out there. What happens when you bring in quantum computing, and I'll come to that in a second, is that the nature of the problem is then brought to what we may call polynomial scale. So the power is then being able to apply quantum physics and quantum mechanics behavior to change an exponential problem into potentially a polynomial problem. And that is the fundamental promise of quantum computing. Let's look at that a little bit more, because again, I'm keeping the next few minutes for the layperson. When we look at what you're seeing on the picture is when you go deep down into a computer, you have basically bits that build up to create bytes and then large circuits. And these bits are functioning in either zeros or ones, and that is what creates all the circuits to behave, and that's what's happening underneath. But if you kind of go down a little bit further and understand why this is important, when you think about bits, and you need to now look at how these have to, the different combinations, even with a 4-bit computer, And I'm bringing it very simply to make the point that if you look at a 4-bit computer, to really look at all possible combinations of the 4-bit computer, you need to have 16 possible combinations, and that is what a classical computer does in terms of being able to search for a solution space. Now, what a quantum computer does is has something called superposition, and it's a tremendously interesting physical concept, wherein the qubit, which is called the fundamental building block of a quantum computer, is actually in both 0 and 1 state at the same time. It's a very curious behavior, but what we call that as superposition allows you to have just 2 bits that are able to capture information that you would need for a different scale in a classical computer. Now, if you look at 4 bits, and we kind of thought about how these 4 bits go about capturing 16 possible combinations, right? Because 4 bits can be in 16 possible different combinations. Now, the same thing if you go down and look at a classical computer, a quantum computer, these 16 possible combinations are then possible through superposition to be captured just in 4 qubits. Now, all of this may seem very academic. It may seem, what are we just talking about, 4 qubits, etc. But it really adds up. That's the power of the exponent. When we start to see that the 16 possible can bring into just 4 qubits in a quantum computer, now if we look at what does it mean in terms of real simulations of quantum computers. Let's look at the situation where you just have 20 qubits. Now, 20 qubits will need some 16 meg of memory, a little bit technical, but that's kind of what you might see on your mobile phone. Now, take it to 30, that's just 10 more qubits. That needs 16 gigabytes of memory, which is typical of, let's say, a laptop or a machine that you might be on. So adding 10 times qubits, it actually adds 100 times more memory required, which is now, if you bring it down further, 50 qubits, it's about 16 petabytes. And that's like having a few racks of a data center. It's important to understand, if you just from 50 qubits, now the power of the exponent is such that you take it to 230 qubits. That is 10 to the power 80 bytes of memory, which is larger than the number of particles in our visible universe. I think it's difficult for human mind to even comprehend the power of the exponent. Now, that is the promise of quantum computing, because it allows us to solve problems that are complex, that are exponential in nature. But it's also important to realize that quantum computing is not going to solve every possible problem. It needs to be a specific kind of problems. And therefore, it is important to realize that what are those special kinds of problems? Today, there are quantum computers which are a few qubits, but as they scale, they'll become more powerful. But even so, I think it's 2 things have to be realized. One, a quantum computer has to solve that problem faster, better than a classical computer. And second, it has to bring to that in a more economic fashion. But even after that, I think it's important to realize that quantum computers are essentially great at computing. They aren't great today at reading and writing large amounts of data, which is where it comes in that the kinds of problems that they should be thought about to solve are ones which require small data, big compute. And that is the class of problems that comes in optimization, simulation of physical systems. And so our fundamental belief is that even as quantum computers scale to bigger computers, you'll have to think about them as very special purpose computers until they become really at a different scale to solve problems that are exponential in nature, but are small data problems. Now let me come to the Microsoft point of view on how we are thinking about building a scalable quantum computer. It's because it is more than just about good qubits. Yes, qubits are required, but then you have to build all the layers of a computing stack. And Microsoft has been in the business of doing that for decades now, understanding what it takes, not just for the hardware to work, but also the control systems that have to interact with that hardware, manage that quantum hardware, programming models and frameworks, applications, services, and solutions. And that is what it takes to really have that full stack approach to quantum computing and to make it work. So the kind of approach we are taking is a three-horizon approach, if you will. We are looking at a horizon. These are not meant to be timelines. They are meant to be thinking about the waves in which we are thinking about it, and we are thinking of it at scale on the cloud, and how we are working with our partner ecosystem to make sure that we are capturing value even as the technology is growing and developing major strides. So in Horizon 1, we are looking at extending and building the ecosystem and really growing the foundation, which means there are certain areas around optimization, what we call quantum-inspired algorithms, that can be solved using quantum fundamentals and inspirations and algorithms, but can be solved on classical computers, perhaps on FPGAs and GPUs and some of the larger compute workloads that we have. We are also working to build an early partner quantum hardware and the ecosystem of developers and solution providers. In Horizon 2, we expect to really migrate some of the future quantum workloads into the cloud, develop further advancements into the partner hardware, and we are ourselves working on a revolutionary way of thinking about quantum, which is called a topological qubit. So some of our early hardware we expect to have available on Azure in the form of a first-party quantum hardware, even as we work with our partners on the technologies they are developing. And of course, going forward, really looking at scaling that with partner hardware and accelerating commercial applications. So it is really a three-horizon approach because we see some interesting use cases today, and yet we think that preparing the ecosystem for the future is the direction we are taking as we move forward. And how are we doing that? It's a very open ecosystem approach. We are working with hardware vendors, quantum hardware startups, as well as larger organizations, software and solutions to create an open ecosystem. There is a language called Q# and a quantum development kit, which is open sourced and available to the broader quantum community. Q# is a universal language, which means it can run on any gate-based quantum computer. We are bringing the world scale capability of Azure, which brings in scalability, security, and reliability as the fundamental basis through which quantum is offered as a service. And we are working with some of our customers on early impact by building solutions and creating those quantum-inspired algorithms and some of the things I talked about earlier. There are two fundamental approaches to how the Azure Quantum and Quantum Development Kit work. One, as I said, in optimization, because there are class of problems which are not solvable or are still having challenges using standard methods of optimization, whether it's simulated annealing or some of the other technologies in optimization, where certain areas from quantum, which are quantum-inspired methodology, quantum-inspired optimization techniques, can help solve some of these difficult problems, whether it has to do with traffic, whether it has to do with energy, etc. So that's an area of optimization, which is one leg of approach that we're taking. The other is on quantum computing itself, which is where the Q# language comes in, working with the quantum development kit, and where you can either run on quantum hardware, which many of our partners' hardware is available on Azure, as well as do simulations of quantum computing on quantum simulators. So as I mentioned earlier, it's not about just developing the qubit, it's also about creating that ecosystem, which is where a network comes into play. So what you will see here are partners who are creating this quantum hardware that is available through Azure. It's also a set of range of solutions, software and hardware across the industry, which brings about that kind of innovation at scale. Of course, we're working with some of our customers to create solutions for their challenging problems today, whether it is on healthcare, on automotive and traffic, etc. So many of those are happening. And as well, we are working with university research and curriculum partners. In fact, you'll see 2 Indian organizations which are part of our quantum network from the university front, wherein that academic as well as developer and student ecosystem building has to happen for the long haul. So just to wrap up, it is a long haul for us, and we are working, as I said, on development tools, on working with Azure Quantum as an open cloud where you can run these tools, whether it's with using classical hardware environments in terms of simulation, but also trying some of the powerful quantum hardware that is available through our partners. And finally, we are working with our team of quantum experts, work with specific customers who want to then create custom solutions using quantum technologies. So I'll end with a video which is basically talks about how we are thinking about quantum, and I'll share certain resources that you have in terms of moving forward.
Dr. Rohini, just to interrupt you, how long is this video?
It's just 2 minutes. Shall I not do it? I can not play. That's fine.
Yeah, let's drop this. Yeah, thank you. We can always play that back later. Thank you.
So I think, as I was mentioning earlier, the need for developers, students, for companies to get involved in the quantum journey is now. As I mentioned, there are vibrant communities on QSharp, on Quantum Development Kit, which are out there. Some of the links are in front of you. Do join them. Provide us feedback. And I think the time is now to get started on this journey, because the promise is there, but it is a journey and has to be thought about as such in different horizons. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rohini. I think a journey is what it is. And I think while we know where the goals are, and each time when we find that the goal is visible to us, it changes. And that's all about finding new answers to existing problems and newer problems. And, it's always said that, I have answers for questions. The questions I know. What about the answers to the questions? The questions I don't know. So I think you take me into that space, and what a time for me to now invite our Secretary, Science and Technology, Government of India, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. Thank you so much, and over to you, sir.
Good morning. I'm indeed delighted that ASSOCHAM is holding the second annual international conference, India Conference on Quantum Technology, Conclave. And the theme is unlocking the potential of quantum for India. So this is indeed very good. I recall fondly about a year ago, the first conference that you have had, which brought together indeed a very good roadmap for quantum in India. You gave a very good introduction today as well as in the last conference. And then we have seen some deep analysis of what the quantum roadmap ahead would be by Dr. Rohini Srivatsa. And all the speakers that you have lined up today, they are all very deep minds working in quantum. We live in uncertain times now, and so that certainly matches the power of quantum. Quantum is, to my mind, it looks like the final frontier. As a final frontier, in fact, I thought about that 25 years ago when there was a nano mission launched in India and in fact elsewhere globally. So you say, how small can you get? I mean, this looks like the final frontier, nano science and technology. But so if you go down further, clearly it is quantum. And it's very intriguing. In fact, it's one of the very few domains of knowledge where deep understanding lags behind applications and technology. So, often people say, look, we don't understand what quantum is, but understand me, of course, we understand equations and everything else. We don't understand interpretations or deep understanding of what it all means. How does it even impact maybe stuff like consciousness and what happens in neurons and stuff. So at what point it starts impacting our day-to-day life, and indeed, how is it an integral part of that? And the rise of quantum technology brings to us, in a rather compelling way, the fact that quantum is not that remote, and that indeed this may be what we are looking at for all foreseeable future. It's indeed the beginning, a long way to go. Of course, we have learned a lot in this 1 year since we met last time. We have had new lessons, and those lessons are brought home by that little nano virus, if you would. Virus. So one of the things that we have learned indeed in terms of technology, and if you wanted to really develop it, whether you start with go back to the beginning of the first wave, no imports were possible. There were no ventilators. There was no great diagnostics. There were not even PPEs and N95 masks. And forget about, developing a vaccine because people said it takes 10 years globally, and we have had very few examples of working on vaccines in the country, just a couple of successful examples. So it was very heartening that with a common purpose, which is a shared purpose, and a common vision, which is a shared vision, and having very clear objectives, that triple helix could work together, which is industry and startups on one side, the knowledge institutions like IITs, R&D labs, and universities on another corner of the triangle, and the government. I do so recall so many, very, very important lessons in all of this. Somebody, let's say an incubator calls and says, we need 50 lakhs of working capital by tomorrow morning. And we were able to do that. It would never happen in what we call the normal times. It might take 6 months, in the government processes. And thinking about government processes, the point that Dr. Srivatsa made about linear versus exponential processes. In fact, the virus has also taught us about the fact that human brain doesn't process the power of exponentials very intuitively. Going down into second wave, exponentials start rather modestly and they stay below some linear curve. But then boom, I mean, before you are actually prepared for it, it's going to hit you with the full power. And indeed, the way we think about things, the way we act in this world, those are all linear processes, most of them with a small slope, with small changes here, there, right? And we know how to deal with them, how to adjust to them, how to mitigate them, how to adapt to them. Certainly the power of exponentials is something that has to be integrated more in our thinking, and disruptive technologies that start today. For example, quantum is one example, but there are other things on horizon, intelligent machines, uh, sustainable development, climate change. Of course, that climate change perhaps is one of those things which are rather enigmatic because it might appear to be linear over long periods of time until the whole North Pole disappears, for example, and boom, there is a catastrophe. So a whole lot of these things, which are a combination of linear, exponential, etc., we have to be fully prepared for it. Absolutely. So as far as quantum mission, quantum technologies, and cultivating them in our country are concerned, um, as we said, look, last year, we actually woke up to it about 3 years ago in Department of Science and Technology, because one of our mandates to be, in a sense, a little bit ready for the future and to seed that capacity and capability in our scientific ecosystem to be prepared. Now, of course, the historical model of doing science technology in this country was kind of in silos. So I do something in my lab and I produce top world-class knowledge, but that knowledge has no connect with the outside world. It has connect in terms of papers, scientific papers, good quality papers, and training our manpower, human resources. But beyond that, it doesn't have a direct connect with the innovation, with industry, with the startups, and indeed with the market and opportunities, socioeconomic opportunities that we could create using that knowledge. Essentially, a disconnect between knowledge creation and knowledge consumption. Now the reason I'm saying that in any technology missions, that we launch today or tomorrow in the future must take into account very strongly this connect from the beginning. And so there have been, as we know, that technologies hunt in pairs. And there are so many compelling examples of that. The one I often quote, my first job after PhD was in a company that ceased to nearly exist 10 years after that. Digital photography, the rise of that. Another company which was into were leaders actually in personal computers and computing, but thought that there was not much. Um, oh, can you hear me? Okay, I lost you for a moment. But anyhow, this company thought there is not much scope, not much impact for personal computing, not much traction out there. But this because technologies always hunt in pairs, and there is a co-arising of technologies in the proximal areas that support each other. So digital photography would make no sense, personal digital photography, unless we had personal computers. Personal computers wouldn't make much sense unless we had personal applications to run on them, like digital photography. And so it all comes together unless we are able to see beyond our immediate domain of what we do. So while modern scientists, we get very narrow and very deep, which is a good thing. But at the same time, somebody's ought to be looking out for the horizontals as well and try to pull them in and integrate that in terms of opportunities. So anyhow, I will just very quickly summarize what is being done about quantum technology in India. So going back 3 years, the first thing we did is did a mapping of the people and the groups and the resources in the country that could be, have the potential to work in that area. Some of them could be repurposed. That becomes a very popular word now, to repurpose everything. But beyond that, there were already good capability and more has to be cultivated. So working on those networks, we launched a modest program. I think it's on the order of 200 crore rupees or some, I forget the exact sum, over 3 years. And the idea was that meanwhile, while we cultivate these capabilities in the system, so that they are ready for bigger things, to be able to absorb bigger resources and to be able to make use of them in a reasonable way. This was the beginning. And indeed, after that, many ministries like MIT, ISRO, DRDO, all been working towards some goals in quantum technologies. Some of them are of a strategic nature. Some of them would be of more open source nature. MIT in particular has had a lot of stakeholding in this particular suite of technologies. Um, so going beyond that, then there was the Union Budget 2020 announced a national mission on quantum technologies and applications with a total budget outlay of rupees 8,000 crores for a period of 5 years, which basically means the horizon extends to 8 years, because whatever you fund in the fifth year continues the momentum and activities beyond that to up to 8 years. And of course, more things may develop. As we know that future is very hard to predict. Predictions about the future are very hard. That's what they say. And of course, predictions about the past are very accurate while coming from present or from the future. So there's a little bit of asymmetry about these things. But anyhow, as we know that other countries like US, Canada, Australia, China have made advancements and funding and investment in this suite of technologies. However, if I were to go back to a very basic technology like semiconductor processing, right, there's absolutely no doubt that we missed the bus in a big way there. So while things started good sense, in the 70s, 80s, something burned down, something people lost interest, and they didn't quite see the importance and impact of that sector, and we missed the bus. That ought not to happen with other technologies which are evolving fast and are on the horizon. One example is the cyber physical systems, the whole AI universe, if you would. So it has everything, robotics, Industry 4.0, IoT, big data, and applications in different sectors and applications in different aspects of life, all of that. So we started a mission on cyber physical systems with initial investment of 4,000 crore rupees. And so anyway, activities have been a little bit slow going through this last 1 year because IITs, everybody, labs and stuff, they are partially working during this time or shut down and so on. But it would have a good impact. We already set up 25 hubs of cyber physical systems across the country. And the reason I'm referring to that in the context of quantum technology mission, there is a very particular reason for it, that the architecture and the structure and the processes of that mission are radically different from the way we have been doing things in the past. And the same thing would also be the best of those ideas would be duplicated in the quantum mission. So what are those ideas and why is it is important both for academic researchers and for the industry? So first of all, these hubs that I talk about of cyber physical systems, they are not isolated domains or different aspects of knowledge, but in fact an integrated chain of knowledge from knowledge creation, we call it basic research, applied research, technology, translation, incubation through incubators and startups, a research park like the kind you see in IIT Madras, and human resource generation at different levels. So all of that basically is to be integrated seamlessly in that hub. So it's that people are connected so that there is a direction of even about the basic research. So some of the basic research, of course, will always be blue sky, and it should has to be encouraged in fast moving areas at the cutting edge of knowledge. Like, okay, I mean, quantum technology is a very good example of that. But even there, if industry were to say, look, this is something that we don't understand, can there be a better scientific solution to this, and so on. So it gives an early direction to our researchers. At the same time that they would learn about what could be the fruitful directions. So each of these hubs actually is co-owned by three entities, and it's a Section 8 company. So each of the hubs at arm's length from the government, at arm's length from my office and from all my officers' offices is not really required, because what is actually required is that there is a stakeholder base which understands the problem and they have the flexibility to be able to use resources in the way which is optimal. So this co-ownership of these hubs of mission is basically three-way, which is one-third industry, one-third government line ministries that have interest in providing direction and further resources for those problems, and one-third, of course, the knowledge partners, academia, R&D labs, and so on. So I don't wish people to look at it like, oh, here there's some resources, we can also use it. No, actually, you have to own them. So it is a different concept that there is a co-ownership of all of this, which means that we can really work together. We can bring in our problems, can bring in additional resources. That one can give money to industry, one can receive money from industry. So it has to be a two-way interaction between our academic scientists and startups and industry. So this would also be at the core of quantum mission. So it requires understanding from both sides that it actually brings huge value to both the partners. So even though we are not used to looking at it like that, and we sometimes look at it as zero-sum game, and people are a little bit suspicious about if somebody is gaining something, what do I lose in it? So those are all, I think those are history, and we really have to step out of that and work for a common purpose there. As was mentioned by Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman in Union Budget 2020 speech, and I quote, that quantum technology is opening up new frontiers in computing. It's expected that lots of commercial applications would emerge, and our new economy is based on innovations that disrupt established business models. Artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, 3D printing, drones, DNA data storage, quantum computing, etc., are rewriting the world economic order. With all that in mind, so industry has a wonderful opportunity, and I would say academia has a wonderful opportunity because when we look at the real problems, when we look at these interconnections between so many different silos of knowledge and activities, it's truly, truly inspiring. It's truly exciting. And so that excitement, as it percolates by interaction between industry and academia, this would bring a huge value to all of us. And like I was saying, technology hunt in pairs, even though I have yet to figure out the very important pairs for quantum technology. But it's clear that this happens. And because of that, DST in last 4 years, 5 years, have actually launched several different new streams of technology missions. I had talked about one of them, cyber physical systems, quantum in the making, but right now happening at a little modest level. Electric mobility is another very compelling aspect, and indeed, not just electric mobility, but electric storage in general. As we move to renewable energy, that becomes a huge problem in order to balance the grid because of intermittent nature of renewable energy coming from there. Very interesting things are happening in that domain. Additive manufacturing, which is another, I would call it really part of this digital universe. So from digital information, which drives digital manufacturing, whether it is Industry 4.0 or in particular additive manufacturing like 3D printing, is going to have a huge, huge impact. In fact, we are, designing what we call the technology park, tech dome, in the new Vista, which would be coming up. Really, state of the art presentation that inspire excitement in young minds about this whole AI universe, digital universe, what have you. In fact, we are going to also invite participation from industry to showcase their very new concepts. I, of course, certainly would reach out to Microsoft and other people as to what can be showcased in this very compelling technology museum of the kind that does not exist in India. And in fact, it should be even better than, in some elements, better than what exists elsewhere. And so all of this is coming together with great force. As far as quantum technologies are concerned, these particular missions are addressing quantum computing, quantum computers, quantum communication, quantum key distribution, encryption, cryptanalysis, quantum devices like sensing, quantum materials, quantum clock, and so on. Um, and so on. So it means, quantum algorithms, and some of which Dr. Srivatsa talked about. Areas of focus for the mission will be, as I pointed out, both fundamental science translation, technology development, human infrastructural resources, innovation, startups, to address all of this in a seamless way. Um, and the future everyday applications of quantum technology, which may be in autonomous vehicle navigation, weather prediction, transportation planning, pharmaceutical. There are a whole lot of what we may call the usual suspects, and which is all very good to see there. But we also know some of them would be more compelling applications, some of them would be peripheral, as was also pointed out by Dr. Srivatsa, that quantum computing, for example, is not equally good for everything. While that may be a good selling point, it's really not good for everything. And so we ought to focus on things that this is really good for. And I'm sure that that's going to happen. So we should harness the potential of quantum technology and its applications to keep the country in league with the ones that we compete with and also cooperate with. So by the way, thinking about cooperation, I must also point out another aspect about these technology hubs, which would be similar in quantum mission, is that all of them are empowered to sign MOUs with the foreign entities to also bring on board the scientists that they want from abroad by paying them not the Indian government salary, but whatever is found to be suitable for that. So essentially that you take your decisions, you make good use of your resources and money, and not be driven only from the top. So it also means it requires greater responsibility and leadership in our scientific community, as well as an industry that cooperates and co-owns these missions. We are not used to it. Okay, so it's basically saying, look, the point is people say, just give me this money, tell me what to do, maybe I'll do something. All right. But here it is basically saying, look, you are the writer of your future. It's just like a corporation. Okay, saying here is what the resources that would be available, but what you make out of these resources and the accountability that comes with it to your stakeholder base, all that has to be respected. And that requires a bit of paradigm shift in the way we do science, the way we think about it. And it's all about the cultivating leadership at every level in our scientific community, and for them to see the advantages of working with everybody else, and not just be so siloed that our job ends with creating good knowledge and publishing it, and it's a lot more. So essentially, it is not just the weakness in our knowledge producing systems. We know that. I often cite the fact that India is number 3 in number of scientific publications in the world, despite our constraints and inputs, which basically means that our scientists, when they have a clear purpose and they are empowered, they can deliver. And that's what I was saying about today. We are getting actually very good diagnostics, all made within 3 months. It developed within 3 months to 8 months. Now the new ones which are coming up are going beyond the usual things. I mean, now your point is that you ought to be able to recognize mutations, not just say that you have COVID-19. You must also be able to quantify how much of antibodies you have, so you can see how the fading of antibodies occurs after vaccination or after infection. So basically, a lot of cutting edge work is happening, but with good speed and enthusiasm. And I think if we can inject those elements, those learnings in everything that we do in the future, I think the future is going to be very, very bright indeed. So this, I may conclude there and extend my good wishes to the event which is happening today. And I'm sure that this is a great learning opportunity. All of these events, whether we have a workshop, we have a conference, we have any kind of chatting or people together, there must be, if we can define a very good outcome for these events, then it would have even a greater meaning, even beyond the people who are participating directly. So I would urge all of us, all the speakers that come later, when they talk to each other, if you think of some new actionable items, if you think about, look, what is it, how we can do it, what needs to be done, and so on, which may not be in our consciousness right now. So I would urge all of you to please put down your thoughts, which we think about the kind of something which is delivered out of these conferences. If I were to look back on my life, alas, I don't know. I mean, I can't remember the number of conferences attended, must be in several hundreds. But then, like I said, alas, because I can't really remember much about what actually happened there, beyond the fact that I made a presentation, other people made presentation, they all said that their presentation was the best, and all of that happened, which is very good. And we talked outside a little bit, we made some networking and so on. But there was no document ever which said actually, where are we? Who are we? What is the status? What is it that we need to do, right, beyond some little homilies? So this is something that I would like to share with everybody, that some of it we fail to do in our lives, but jab jago tabhi savera. And today is a good day to wake up and take control. Thank you so very much. Enjoy your meeting, and make uncertain things certain by quantum technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashutosh Sharma ji. I think ASSOCHAM में तो आपने आज सवेरा करवा दिया है. So what we do is, and we commit to you, is that हम normally when conference happen, we normally come with a report that is put up forward. But what we do is we promise you two things. Not only will we do a report of this, but we will also come to you to create a report on the way forward, on the policy side, on the investment side, and the opportunity side, so that when we come to the next thing, it is more action, more for beyond the department and where the action has to happen. So these two commitments we do, and my colleagues are here, so we will ensure that is. I think you touched upon two things, and before I would go to Ashni ji to give the formal vote of thanks, I think there are two things that you have told me and that connect with me when I work with people, because ASSOCHAM is only people and teamwork, silos, and you talked about the connected world. It connects so beautifully with me, and I keep telling and working with my people to tell them that, you know, if regulation is changed, please inform the steel man, please inform the pharmaceutical practice, please inform this. By the time they find it's too late, and therefore you give a very, very important message, and I personally thank you for that. It's extremely important. I think the repurpose of everything that you spoke about is great, but I'm going to dig in and make a prediction, sir, that I'm not going to be sitting in this room, this chair, more than 3 months. I will come out to my office. I will be out on the picnics. I'll be out on my hiking. I will go to a golf course, and I promise you that all of us will be out. All of us need to ensure that we follow the rules and we kill that exponential. Rest, everywhere you make the exponential work. But this one exponential, I wish, and we should all stand together to kill this exponential. We don't want this exponential, which is the virus. Thank you so much, Professor Ashutosh, for this. And
yeah, if I may quickly add to that, my office has never been shut down all these years through the COVID-19 period. It's just that what I did, nobody comes in this office. So that's the reason I'm not wearing a mask. As soon as I get out, I wear a mask. And if I have been wearing N95 mask all along, and sometimes I say I'm the only negative in the sea of positives, you know, which is a bad thing to say in normal times, but now the things are flipped, right? Instead of saying I'm a positive guy in the sea of negatives, I say the other way around. And indeed, I think, yeah, I think we cannot repeat it enough. Please, everybody, take to COVID appropriate behavior that we all know, and just add one more thing to it: maximum ventilation. As we know that, you know, this aerosol transmission, which is more recent origin, you know, add to that the total ventilation. You say my doors are always open for everybody except the virus, and then we keep the doors open and windows open and everything. I haven't any doubt by right kind of behavior, we can also balance the livelihood and the economy and all those options there. Thank you so very much for bringing this, you know, to the table.
thank you very much. Ashwini ji, back to you.
Thank you. On behalf of ASSOCHAM, I want to extend our very warm vote of thanks to Professor Ashutosh Sharma ji for his visionary address and taking time for this event. Also, I would like to extend a special thanks to Dr. Rohini for inspiring us at ASSOCHAM to do this important discussion. Deepak Sood ji from ASSOCHAM for providing leadership to industry and bringing government on the table. Definitely, there are many things to be done together in this area, starting from incentive alignment to industry thinking out of box, bringing new services and products for masses at the same time for special purpose applications. This event has gained its reputation by looking at diverse set of participant and number of participants this time, and we are hopeful it is going to provide a good platform for this discussion to be taken further in the coming times, and we hope India is going to play a big role in coming times in this area. I would also like to thank all the delegates in this event and the partners, those supported this event, that is Google, Microsoft, QPI, AI, Renew Power, and TCIL. In the end, thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Ashwini, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Can I request Shri Arun Prati, Professor Arun Kumar Prati ji, to kindly make his address? RNG, you are making a presentation?
So yeah, I have to share my screen.
There's an option just near your mic to share the screen.
Yeah.
You can see the screen.
So you can see?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and it's a great pleasure to see that ASSOCHAM is organizing this event. So before I share my thoughts, let me tell you a few words about my journey in the field of quantum computing. So I started my research some 30 years back in the field of quantum computing, quantum information. So at that time, I was alone, and even I was asked, that why do you want to do research in quantum computing? Because it may not have any future. But I was convinced that this field is not only have future, but it is going to change the future. So with that self-motivation, I started my journey, and I'm very happy to see that over the last 20 years, there are many institutes, many groups working in this field in India, and there are many faculties, many young students doing PhD, and not only that, government under leadership of Professor Sharma, DST has taken great initiative in this quantum technology, and now government, academic people, and industry, private people, everyone is interested to do something to, to bring this technology to really, commercial reality. So that is really pleasing to see that something positive is happening. Okay, so that brief note, let me go to my slide. So I'm going to tell a little bit about future of quantum computing. So myself, Arun Pathi from Quantum Information and Computation Group at Harishchandra Research Institute, Allahabad. So I will briefly tell you why this quantum computing is exciting and some applications of quantum computing, and what is the big goal of quantum information technology, and what we need to do to achieve our goal. So before you appreciate the notion of quantum computing, you have to realize that physics and computation, they're not really different subjects, because to store and process information, you have to bring some physical system, and computation is essentially a physical phenomenon happening inside a physical system. So this was the great insight that was realized by Ralph Landauer, and this view leads to so-called physics of computation. And this insight played a major role, in trying to design reversible logic gates in classical computation, which ultimately led to the theory of quantum computing. And all of you will agree that fundamental work in physics ultimately leads to technological revolutions. And you can cite many examples, starting from computers to internet to electronic devices, communication systems, and recently this emerging technology, what we call quantum technology. So how did this field start? So it all started by one of our great physicists, Richard Feynman, who realized that if you want to simulate complex quantum system on a classical computer, you will not be able to do that efficiently. So the next question was, what will happen if you store information in quantum system itself? That means you use quantum system to simulate quantum system itself. Okay, so that little hint, which came in 1982, David Deutsch thought more deeply about this question, and then he came up with this so-called idea of quantum computing in 1985. And what he thought is that if you exploit this quantum mechanical superposition, that allows you to store and process information in a new way. And that is the whole starting point of your quantum computing. And a quantum computer essentially is a device that performs computation using principles of quantum theory, the ultimate theory of nature. And already, when you think of a classical computer, you have a collection of bits which can exist in two distinct states, like up and down or on and off, and you can store one bit of information. But when you the same thing on a quantum system like spin of electron or polarization of photon and so on. You can do that, but at the same time, you know that quantum theory has this remarkable feature that the system can not only exist in distinct state, but can also exist in a linear combination of this up and down. And this particular combination is what it makes so dramatically different compared to classical bit. And this is essentially a quantum bit. And when you think of a quantum computer, you take a collection of quantum bits, and on those collections, you apply certain suitable unitary transformations, and then you run your quantum algorithm. But once you want to do a measurement, the quantum bit will collapse to either up and down. So essentially, you will end up with the classical bit. So you can imagine that your classical computer is a measurement version of quantum computer. So until you do a measurement, you can preserve the coherence, this quantum superposition, and you can maintain your quantum computer. So if you ask the question, what gives power, what gives superiority to quantum computer? So there are a couple of things you can identify. One is the quantum superposition, quantum entanglement, quantum correlation, and these lead to this massive parallelism, and you can exploit these non-classical features to get the desired speed up compared to classical computer. Coming to applications of quantum computer, it is a big hope that quantum computers may be able to solve problems that are too complex for classical computers or supercomputers. So in early 90s, the first algorithm was discovered by Deuss and Joja. That was the kind of a simple task to decide the nature of some function, and that particular task on a classical computer will take exponential number of steps, but on a quantum computer you can do just in one step. And all of you know, in 1994, this famous source algorithm came, which is prime factorization. And in 1997, Grover discovered this quantum search algorithm, which can give a quadratic speed up compared to classical computer. And over the last 20, 30 years, there are several algorithms have been discovered, but not really too many. And quantum computers will have plethora of applications, starting from defense to finance. Even it can have application in chemistry or material design, material development, healthcare, software debugging, aerospace, transport, or over the last couple of years, now people are trying to imagine and apply in quantum machine learning, artificial intelligence, and many more things you can think of. So if you look at the current news, companies are trying to claim that they have achieved quantum supremacy. What is that? It is essentially the claim where your quantum computer can solve a problem that no classical computer can solve in any feasible amount of time. Whether you are able to do a useful task or anything, but irrespective of that, if you can claim this, then you can say that yes, indeed, your device or your machine has achieved quantum supremacy. And there is a similar thing you claim that it's quantum advantage. Essentially, you can claim that if you can demonstrate that your quantum computer can solve a problem faster than classical computer. So all of you know that in 2019, Google claimed quantum supremacy with this processor with 54 number of qubits, and that could check random number generation in 200 seconds, where a supercomputer can take about 10,000 years. And immediately in 2020, last year, December, the Chinese team, they designed another quantum processor, which is 10 billion times faster than Google's processor. And this, and just to compare with classical supercomputer, if you want to do the same thing, it will take approximately 2.5 billion years to carry out that task. So you see that you have something which can claim quantum supremacy. So what are the key challenges when you want to build quantum computer? So there are many, but I just highlight a few important things. That is, to be able to have a quantum algorithm to run on a quantum computer, you have to maintain this so-called quantum superposition. But any interaction with the external world leads to we will lose this quantum coherence or quantum superposition, which is essentially the issue of decoherence. So you have to fight with decoherence. So you have to preserve quantum coherence so that you can run your algorithm. And you have to be able to efficiently implement your gate operations within that coherence time. Not only that, you have to be able to implement errors. So you should be able to do error corrections. And you should be able to scale up your processor so that you can achieve something like 1,000 or million number of qubits compared to currently what is available. And ultimately, you should be able to aim for universal quantum computers. In addition to what I said, the information stored in quantum computer, they are very special. They have certain features which you don't see with classical information. So quantum information stored in a quantum computer, they maintain its privacy. So this was discovered by computers at Zurich in 1982. That is, if you store information in a single qubit, nobody can make a copy. That means if you store information in quantum computer, only the person who has stored that information, only he or she can make a copy. Nobody else in the world can make a copy of that information. And in 2000, we discovered something called no deleting theorem, that if you have 2 copies of a quantum bit, you cannot delete it. And then this Bk and this group, they discovered that you cannot design a NOT gate, which is no flipping. And in 2007, we discovered that if you store information in qubit, then you cannot hide it. That leads to conservation of quantum information. And very recently, we found that if you store information in qubit, you cannot store in bipartite relation with the condition that locally with each of the subsystem has no information. That means you cannot put mask in the local subsystem and keep information only in the correlation. That is not possible. So why I am telling this? Because these results will have deep implications the way we manipulate quantum computer. Because before you start playing with your device, you should know what is possible and what is not possible. So this is like setting the rules of the game before you start playing with the quantum computer. So what is the big picture? So big picture in this quantum information is the following, that one of the main goals is how well we can store, process, and transfer vast amount of information contained in quantum state or qubit using principles of quantum mechanics. And quantum mechanical features like superposition, entanglement, and non-classical features, they are exploited for practical applications and for doing imaging tasks which are impossible otherwise. So quantum information is really quite vast, and quantum computing is one of part of this the vast area of the quantum information. So there is also quantum communication, which comes under this this discipline, that is how to send quantum information from Alice to Bob using rules of quantum theory and using given quantum and classical resource. When you say quantum resource, what I mean is that you have some shared entanglement, and then Alice and Bob, they can do something remaining within quantum mechanics, and then they can communicate over classical channel, and in the end, they will achieve the task. So there are many things people have discovered over the last 20 years, studying from quantum teleportation to superdense coding, remote state preparation, quantum secret sharing, quantum cryptography, quantum internet, quantum network, and many more things. So I'm not going to tell in detail. So in teleportation, essentially what you want to do is you have a qubit and you want to send this qubit without physically sending over this. And that you can do by sharing this entanglement and sending only 2 classical bits. And this is one of the most beautiful, one of the most amazing and fundamental discovery that was made in by Bennett and others in 1993. And just after 6 years, I discovered this remote state regression where Alice has quantum bit or qubit in her mind, and she wants to create that quantum state at a distant location without physically sending the qubit. How can she do that? And again, very surprisingly, if Alice and Bob, they share this quantum entanglement, and by sending just 1 classical bit, she can create the quantum state or prepare the quantum state at a distance lab, and that is what this protocol is. And quantum technology is really, as I said, a lot of promise, and it has far-reaching innovation based on fundamental laws of nature, starting from quantum computer to quantum software, quantum teleportation, and this RSP, quantum network, quantum internet, QKD, and you can also imagine quantum imaging, quantum sensor, quantum metrology, and improved atomic clock, and quantum state interferography. This is something very interesting we discovered along with Professor Urvashi Sinha in RRI, and actually we did experiment. Urvashi Sinha group, they did experiment in the lab. So essentially you can identify or infer state of a qubit using quantum interference. And this is very practical application because suppose somebody is having a company and he wants to sell single photon source, and he claims that he is producing all the pure state, but suppose there is some error, something else he or she is applying. How do you ensure? And using this quantum state interferography, you can actually identify whether the source is genuine or not. So this is a lot of application in quantum technology, and it will change nearly every aspect of future life. There's no doubt about that. So quantum technology, quantum computation is truly interdisciplinary because you need experts from quantum theory, you need from computer science, you need from engineering, you need from information science, and communication, cryptography, and many more areas of science. So what do you need? So we need a lot of new insights, new innovations, because currently essentially noisy intermediate scale quantum computer, and these are available, but what kind of useful tasks you can do on this niche computer is not very clear. So we need to discover new quantum algorithms that can make use of this niche computer more powerful, more efficient. For example, you need to find some killer application which can run in this niche computer, and you can actually do something useful. And in addition to that, we need to create and refine our language and compilation technique that give programmers the exclusive power to articulate the need of quantum computing implementation. And real-world application will involve hybrid system like classical and quantum computer both. It is not that once you have a quantum computer, you will throw a classical computer, because you need both the system. So how to program and map efficiently on such hybrid system is one of the great challenge. And it is not clear what kind of physical system will really win the race. So we need to explore new physical systems for future scalable quantum computers. So I have not touched upon this question, but others will throw some light. But this is one of the great challenges. And finally, we need academic institute, private companies, and we should all collaborate to achieve our goal. So we need to bring quantum computing to commercial reality. So this will happen, and we have to watch that. So as I said in the beginning, quantum computing not only has the future, but can change the future. So stay tuned to witness the future quantum revolution. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Professor Arun Kumar Patiji. Can I now request Mr. George Latour, Director for Center of Quantum Technologies, Department of Physics, National University of Singapore, to kindly address?
Yes, could you activate my possibility
Yes,
of
I'm
sharing?
just doing it. Yes, I'm just doing it. You can share your screen now.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
That's perfect. Well, first, let me thank the ASSOCHAM organization for this opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we're doing in Singapore on quantum technologies. So I would like to start just saying that I'm involved in creating the national quantum strategy in Singapore, but I come from Europe, and I know how the flagship is going, and I'm so working for the Arab Emirates to set up their strategy. So there are quite a number of ideas which are shared in all these continents, in the 3 continents, that I would like to share with you. So the way the roadmap in Singapore is being elaborated, and as I said, there are very many reminiscences of what's going on in other continents is the following. First, we are defining our mission. What are our scientific goals? And to define how we want industry to collaborate with the scientists. For that, once we have defined the mission, we are defining actions, the specific actions for research, basic and applied research, for talent, development of new scientists that should be the future of the field. Then how to relate to industry, innovation, how to relate to outreach. We think that outreach is absolutely relevant. There is a lot of hype, and the best we can do is to have a very well-informed society. Internationalization is another leg that we are trying to set up in full-fledged. We think it's important. Singapore is a small country, so we have to relate to everybody. And there is another little action which is related to venture building, how to create new companies, which is different from the innovation piece of the industry. And for funding, Singapore is really a good place because we do have quite a number of different stakeholders. We do have innovation agencies like the EDB, we have the Ministry of Education, we have the National Research Foundation, and we have programs such as the Quantum Engineering Program. And one of the relevant ideas about the quantum roadmap in Singapore is that one center, the Center for Quantum Technology, should be empowered and make relevant. So this is an idea which is also similar to what you see in, let me say, Canada. You have IQC, Germany, Jülich is getting promoted dramatically, in Spain, ICFO, in Sweden, Chalmers. So rather than having a lot of investment across the country, it's important to coordinate and to have a really good place with a critical mass that can compete at international level. When I said before the ecosystem, I meant all these pieces. So we need to put together, align basic research, applied research. We need to bring innovation and enterprise. We need to bring the startup companies which are appearing. We have to set up quantum facilities. I will mention them in the next minutes. And we have also to bring the funding agencies. So in this particular case, the Quantum Engineering Program and venture capital. Everything has to be aligned. CQT, just for you to know, is the Center of Excellence for Quantum Technologies in Singapore. We are around 200 scientists with 24 research investigators. That means that we have around 50 powerful research lines. We are now educating 65 PhD students. Our expenditure is of the order of 24 million. We have created 5 spin-offs and startups. When I mentioned before that we need alignment, this is exactly the transparency that shows that. So in Singapore, we're trying that the funding agencies, every research center, and the Center for Quantum Technologies share the same view of what quantum technologies are. And therefore, the funding agencies are aligned with this idea. So everything should come together. And we think that there are 3 big pillars. This is quantum communication and security, quantum computation and simulation, quantum sensing and metrology. Those are equivalent to the European flagship verticals. We have a common horizontal with a flagship in Europe, which is basic science, but we have added in Singapore the necessity of having research on advanced instruments. So we do think that a lot of the first transfer of technology to society is not the very final product like a quantum computer, but probably fast electronics or fridges or all the instruments which are necessary to develop advanced technologies. At CQT in particular, let me focus on the 3 verticals. For quantum communication and security, We have developed satellite. We were the second country to put satellites in orbit with entangled pairs. This is a project that now is growing to include other countries for the tracking stations. And we are also trying to make the island quantum ready. So we want all the relevant communications in Singapore to be encrypted with quantum mechanics. For that particular, the National Quantum Safe Network. So this is one of the national projects that they are being funded now at this moment. So we will connect every relevant piece of the island with quantum technology. We also have sensing, and let me mention two of them. We have optical clocks, one of the best clocks in the planet. It's a precision of 1 part in 10 to the 17. It's 1 second in the age of the universe. They are based on lutetium. They are based on ions, 1 ion. And we are now moving to have a multi-ion clock to enhance the precision 1 order of magnitude to 10 to the 18. And we also produce gravimeters and magnetometers, actually at the level that they are one of the spin-offs that we have, just to detect caves on the, they are uses on the mining sector, they are uses for science, there are plenty of uses for that. And finally, we talked about quantum computation and simulation. And here, there are two things. One thing is research, and this is the transparency for research. We have to explore quantum technologies for qubits. Here we have all of them. On the right, you have superconducting currents. On the left, you have ion traps. We also have Rydberg atoms, and we also have photonic chips. So we are dealing with 4 different technologies for qubits. And in particular, you here see our chip of 10 qubits, which is now, it is a real chip, as you see, and it is now being benchmarked. Now, we also have another national facility, which is a National Quantum Fabless Foundry. It will become a Quantum Foundry simply without Fabless. And the idea is that you need to design elements for your research, and then they need to be fabricated in the clean rooms, and they have to be characterized and controlled. So the basic idea is that we will centralize a place to do all that. So we will have design support and characterization support, whereas the clean rooms in the island will do the fabrication. This will be a service for all our researchers. So this will take the burden for the researchers to do all these pieces. They can concentrate on the real thing, on the research. And finally, we have a proposal now for a quantum computing hub. It's a national quantum computing hub. And the basic idea here is the following. Anything it is research, it is blue in my transparency, it is done at the universities or at the Center for Quantum Technology. But then there are other things which are not related to producing a paper. They are not, a publication is not the figure of merit. So for that, we are developing a hub that will cover that need. In particular, we will have a production quantum computer sitting at the National Supercomputing Center. That's the idea. That production service to the community is done from the Supercomputing Center, not from the research labs. This will provide access to education, all the stakeholders, private companies, researchers. And then we will have algorithms, essentially applied algorithms within the hub. We want to work explicitly on the verticals of the sectors of the economy. We want to work on the supply chain, on chemistry, but then no need for a paper. It's a proactive action that we are taking. And the hub will also have a leg in talent. We want to have certifications and macro credentials to bring all the people who are not physicists, but they are talented, so they can produce a real advance for quantum computation. On top of that, the Quantum Hub will have outreach, relation to industry, and international collaborations. And all these things are they are being done now. So let me just share with you a picture which I think is relevant, which is that I see myself research centers, the place where we produce progress, scientific progress, but not the place where we serve the community. So this has to be done at these facilities, like the one we are setting here at the National Supercomputing Center. I myself am related to another initiative which is very similar in Barcelona, and there again the quantum computer will be at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. That facility is shared with all the software engineers that we are trying to train from the talent leg. And as you see in that path, you need spin-offs company. It is not the task of the researcher to create a quantum computer that goes into the supercomputing center. For that, you need companies, spin-off companies from the research center. So let me be precise. The intellectual property is generated at the universities. It is transferred to the spin-offs or startups, and it is a startup that creates a product which is sitting in the facility. This is the scheme we want to pursue. And indeed, in Europe, it's not only accepted, but now the new plan for the end of the year, for November, there will be money for quantum computers, but they have to be bought from European companies. So they want to promote the creation of spin-offs and startups. So at the heart of quantum computation, we should realize that we have the technological sovereignty of the countries. The countries will need to develop their own solutions, as we are doing here in Singapore. So far, the center has created 5 spin-offs. And here we have 2 which are related to quantum communication and security. These are instruments, S15 and Spectral is the spin-off related to satellites. S15 is related to random number generators and single photon detectors. As you see, there are spin-offs of the leg of quantum communication security. We have Tropical Labs and Horizon. There are 2 software companies, Tropical Labs for applications, Horizon for the long-term structure of the middleware of a quantum computer. And finally, Atomtronics, which is related to the atomionics, to sensors for gravity. I should also mention, let me go back one step, that we do believe that this transfer of IP between processors and facilities needs another layer, which is the middleware. And within the hub, now we are adding a vertical, which is how to do this connection, so the stack of programming. And for that, we are opting for an open source solution. We are embracing an open source solution called Qubits, which is being developed by collaborators in 3 different continents. We are proceeding in a very modest way because we know our powerful friends in the States, in China, they have their own solutions, but we cannot rely on that. We have to run our 10 qubits, and for that we need, to go down how to handle the scheduler of the machine, how you do the calibration, how you run absolutely every pulse which is sent to the qubit. And for that, you need to develop the full stack, and that's another of the legs. So Qubits now is controlling the first processors we have. It will control the 10 qubit processor. It will now control also the ion trap processors that we are making in Singapore. This is everything I wanted to tell you. If you want further information about the funding opportunities, how they are structured, it's a very interesting chapter for our strategy. This is the quantum engineering program. For the structure of the center I'm directed, this is the CQT, Quantum Law is the place. And for the self-organized set of people that trusted quantum a few years ago, this is the quantumsingapore.org organization. So thank you very much for your attention. Cannot hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Lator. Can I request now Dr. Nagendra Nagaraj, CEO and co-founder of QPI, to kindly make his address?
Yeah, thanks, Varun. Can you please make me a presenter?
Yes, I'm just sharing the rights.
Thank you.
You can share your screen now.
Yep. Okay, so thank you, ASSOCHAM, for this great opportunity to introduce QPI technology. So QPI technology on the paper is one of the biggest conglomerate, quantum conglomerate in the world today. Okay, so just to introduce a group. So the mission of the group is to serve humanity with advanced technology, and there is nothing more advanced than quantum. And we have been working in various fields, including AI as related to quantum, cloud as related to quantum, and superconducting materials, and as well as the batteries. Okay, so what we have today in the company is like it's a holding company, Q for quantum and Pi for human ingenuity, and we have 4 subsidiaries. All of them are having a great traction, and we have a products coming out this year and early next year. So to introduce the companies, what we have, there was a talk saying that technology hunts in pair, and these are the pairs what we have. QPI AI is a quantum paired with AI, where we are changing the very premise of the AI processing and the way the AI is modeled. And QPI Cloud is world's first collaborative cloud computing based on quantum and AI. And Super Quantum is a superconductivity research company. We have 2 products, single photon detector and superconducting motors, and both will be out early next year. And QPI Volta is the first company to announce quantum batteries and solid state battery based on quantum and AI simulations. So just to introduce briefly about the companies. So these are the news. We are actually been very active in the quantum world, and we announced products which are coming out of these companies. And to introduce QPI AI, QPI AI is consists of 2 main products: AI platform, which is already deployed in very big customers, Fortune 500 clients, and the quantum computing chip. So what we have in the software is a huge amount of platforms. Starting from the education platform to logistics to quantum platform to AI platform. And then we have our own marketplace, which will be announcing early next month. It's the world's biggest AI and quantum marketplace. And we also joined with IASC to certify quantum expertise across the world. And we are the first one to actually launch the certificate, and then followed by IBM. And this certification is very much important to enter the marketplace. So we are creating sort of an ecosystem which is very high quality, based on a very cutting edge product. And we have around 4 chip solutions. The first one is a Trion, which is a classical optimizer chip. It's quantum inspired plus classical optimizer chip, and Mumblebee is a 128 qubit control chip, which is taped out in next 3 months. And we have Optimus Prime, which is a quantum processor, which is starting with 10 qubits this year. This year it will be taped out with 10 qubits, and early next year we are thinking of scaling it to 128 qubits. And this is about AI. To just tell you like what we are working on CMOS quantum dots. Unlike semiconductors, we are completely into CMOS. And as you see, like single electron transistors are core of all these things. And we are working on a breakthrough here, combining this physical qubits into logical. It's a very, very tough task to do, because we need to work with gate fidelities, process variation, and we need to have a very fine control over ACTs and electron spin there, and the readout as well. So we do expect this technology to actually stabilize in 2 years. The first prototype will be out this year in another 3 months, and we are expecting around 10 qubits. Each one is 10 qubits which are entangled. Okay. To suggest a solution, we are a full stack company. We have complete hardware, software, and even the protocol stack to actually start developing an application. We have 3 chip solution. One is Trion, which is a universal optimizer chip, which does all kind of optimization, which will be 10 to 20x faster than GPUs, and it has a quantum inspired optimization as well. So this is the first product where we'll be using in a lot of smart cities, traffic handling, and logistics and supply chain management, and even manufacturing. And the second chip is a control chip, which controls the quantum dots, and the third one is the quantum dot itself. Okay. And all these things constitute a full quantum solution that will be out in a year or two. It will be in hands of our customers. And the first chip will be out this year itself, which is already getting deployed. Suggest you that the beauty of this product is that when the customer gets the first chip, the classical chip, that's all they need to do. The software developed on that will be automatically be working on the quantum processor. That means that we just need to plug in the quantum dots and they are all quantum. Okay, so that's the beauty of this solution, and we are actually having a long roadmap to improve the qubits and the quantum volume, and then eventually actually obtain industrial grade solution for this. The advantage why we went for CMOS versus superconductor or photonic or ion traps. CMOS is tough. Of course, we know that CMOS is tough because gate fidelity is a bigger issue. But then look into the scaling. If I want to put, assume just hypothetically, I want to put 1 billion qubit. In superconducting technology, it's 1 kilometer square. Okay, so in semiconductor, it is 1 centimeter square. And other is I can have a very compact cryo coolers, because we are targeting sooner or later, we are targeting it around 4 gig, not 20 millikelvin. And once we achieve that and we achieve a good quantum volume, I think this can be scaled to 1 billion qubits very easily to other technologies. Okay, so that's the reason we choose the semiconductor qubits, and we have made a lot of strides there. We have our own patented technology about how to make the qubit, and we're relying on a very custom technology here to actually come out with the qubit. And we'll hear a lot of these things in coming months. Some of the applications, yeah, I think a lot of speakers have already told all these things, but I'll just reiterate. Quantum application, quantum has a huge application in logistics, energy, and manufacturing. I will also suggest some of the application POC we are doing right now with these things. And these will follow first with quantum inspired solution or Trion chip. And most of them are getting deployed this year as a POC and early next year with the production. And then we have chemical, petroleum, and petrochemicals. Okay, so these are again a very important application for our solution. Okay, so we follow the same route. First, we deploy the quantum inspired solution, and as and when we reach the critical qubit count, we just need to, our customer just need to upgrade the qubits, and they are all quantum, and they get around like 1000x speed up. Okay, and we have finance. Finance is very, very important for us. It's not only quantum processor, but also something like QRNG, quantum security, and then quantum network that matters here. And our second company, which is Qubit Cloud, is looking into quantum security and quantum network financial services. And the second company, what we have is second subsidiary is Qubit Cloud. Qubit Cloud is world's first collaborative. It's our patented technology where we enable collaboration on the cloud, which is lacking today in major public clouds. Public clouds are meant for individual usage, and the real pain point there is actually having the workflows automation across vendor, customer, and partners. And we have built our own patented technology based on quantum and AI engine, where this workflow can be automated very nicely. And one of the special case of our collaborative platform is Qubit ESD, which is Qubit Digital Health Data Exchange, which enable collaboration on the drug discovery and healthcare data for the smart cities. Okay, and again, it's based on a quantum network, and we are deploying our own data centers. Plan is to build our own data centers, maybe world's biggest quantum data center, and enable all this research collaboration on Qubit Cloud. The third one is SuperQ, which is incubated in the Sense Lab ISC. We are working on superconductor device technology, and where we are actually having a flow for actually simulating the superconductivity at high temperature first, and then eventually we'll see like high temperature, room temperature, and room pressure. That is a far-fetched thing. It may take another 5 years. But what we're trying to do is come up with the products. Okay, the two important products what we have today is a single photon detector, a single photon superconductivity nanowire based single photon detector, which will be out in another 6 months, and then superconductivity motors. So this is a groundbreaking research what we are doing, and all these are modeled using AI and quantum. Okay, so we are actually modeling the entire of this product using our simulation setup, which is shown on the left-hand side. And this is something there are a lot of customers waiting for a single photon detector, because that is a basic building block of quantum network. fourth one and the biggest one of all things is Qubits Volta. Qubits Volta is a battery company which is making the solid state batteries or the quantum batteries based on our again the material discovery driven by quantum simulations. And this is again something of a very important the research and the product disruptive product what we are coming up with. Even the solid state battery what will be out by next year, where we have some new material discovered and it will be out next year, is based on something related to quantum. And the quantum battery is fully quantum, where we are actually using some kind of a quantum source to model the battery. It doesn't take a long time. This will take at least another 3 or 4 years. But thing is, we have made some grounds there and we have some results. And then the first production version will be solid state battery, again driven by quantum simulation, which is shown on the left hand side, which is much more bigger, but I just minimized and show the simplified version of a quantum simulation for designing the quantum batteries. And just to show some of the POC we work on the smart cities, we are combining all these technologies to enable our smart cities, both in India and abroad. There are 2 other major countries where we're trying to apply this technology and to come up with a smart city solution. The POC will be like next 6 months to 1 year, we are going to actually have some POCs working. And some of the POCs are this smart city security, traffic management, smart city planning, smart city healthcare infrastructure, and smart grid using the smart batteries. So this is the way we are trying to construct. This is a basic, the way we can actually enhance the security in the smart city. Okay, based on quantum secure Qubits Cloud. Qubits Cloud is center of all these things, and we have come up with a scheme where we can have a secure quantum key exchange. Okay, again, the basic building block here is a single photon detector and the quantum photon source, and then we are actually trying to demo the entire quantum network, at least in a smaller scale, and then we go for some kind of a POC in one of the smart cities, bigger one, either in India, which is maybe Hyderabad, or maybe like in UAE or Japan or something like that. And this is what will be the first POC to show that quantum network and quantum processing can enable really a great smart city and a very secure smart city. And this is the biggest among all the applications what we have for from our Qubits Cloud. This is called Digital Health Data Exchange, Qubits Digital Health Data Exchange. So what we're trying to do is with the minimal amount of data and without loss of security. That means we comply to a lot of HIPAA standard, and there will be no loss of privacy and other things, but still enable the collaboration on the cloud to enable the the research, diagnostics, and rapid response to something like pandemic possible using this platform. Where we're trying to see that there are research on healthcare, and sincerely, this is my opinion, personal opinion, but it's not been very successful. Most of the healthcare research really lagging the need. And what we think is like, if the research is collaborative, maybe that can be accelerated. And that's the aim for, Qubits DSD, which is enabling not only the data, but intelligence exchange among the players. And that should yield rapid progress in diagnostics, drug discovery, and even like preventive healthcare, personalized medicine, a lot of these things. And this is one of these clouds which is almost ready, and we should be able to demonstrate by Q1 of next year or end of this year. And the smart city traffic management, this solution is already proven with one of the big customers, and we have shown that there is a 60% reduction in the traffic, route travel, the cost reduction. Okay, it's like if there is a $1 billion logistic cost, we save around 600 million. And this is possible because of a quantum-inspired solution what we have today. And the same thing can be applied for traffic flow optimization for smart cities. Not only vehicle route optimization, but also traffic flow optimization can decongest the smart city in the longer way. And building a smart city is not easy. It's an optimization problem, and you have multiple variables to optimize here. And that can be enabled again by Qubits Cloud, where we can have different players who are constructing the smart city come on this, and then they can all get involved in this building of smart city over the cloud, our cloud service, and that should enable really optimal and very well planned smart city. We have a complete software stack here, and we also are working for a POC to demonstrate that this can really provide great results when they are built on quantum inspired solution and quantum solution, rather than just the classical one and not really organized software one. So this is again quantum. This is a battery related thing. One of the problem we face is like energy in the smart cities, and we are solving with two-step solution. One is providing the grid batteries for the smart city, which is based on high temperature superconductor, okay, which can hold the charges for a long time, okay, and it has a very high capacity. And then we have a solid state battery for the consumers. This should enable the energy flow both the ways. With these two batteries, I think what we're trying to do today is we're approaching one of the cities where we just install these batteries and grid and as well as a consumer place and show that the energy distribution is both the ways. If there is excess energy produced at the endpoint, that is homes and factories, that can be produced to grid, and when the high energy demand, it can be given back to the customer. Okay? So this is again based on a very, very advanced battery technology based on superconductors and as well as a solid state battery. These are the things, some of the things all driven by quantum. Okay, without having a quantum simulation setup, synthesis setup, and even in manufacturing, all these batteries are not even possible today. Okay, so our initial simulation shows that this is possible, and we are going to take it to production as soon as possible, and possibly a battery factory in Bangalore and maybe in Texas, these two places. Yeah, so this is our team, very accomplished team. Okay, so we have both from academia, Professor Nokanbad, Aturatre, Professor Ujjwal from HRI, and Shivshankar, and very accomplished PhDs who are working for us. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Nagaraj. Now,
Sure.
can I request our session moderator, Shri Devrup Dhar, a co-founder and managing director of Timeless Partners, to please carry the session moderation. Over to you, Mr. Devrup Dhar.
Thanks, Varun, and all the panelists and the speaker. It was really quite enlightening to listen to the talk so far. So, I would like to welcome all the distinguished panel members, guests, and audience members to the session on digital infrastructure and quantum technologies in India, how India can prepare itself in becoming quantum ready for the future. So as we all know that quantum technology is an extremely promising segment. It's a segment which has huge potential. The global market is expected to grow and cross 21 billion USD over the next 5 years or so. So with US, in India, we have seen Government of India stepping in with Honorable Finance Minister launching the National Mission on Quantum Technologies and Applications as part of the budget in 2020 with an outlay of about 8,000 crore over a period of 5 years. We have seen with government stepping in, with the academic institutions, research institutions stepping in, and with a large amount of private sector participation and startups coming in. I think the quantum technology segment in India is definitely at a stage wherein we are looking at a large number of commercial applications going out, huge growth potential, and it's a very interesting point of time. With this background, let me invite our first guest of the session, Dr. Bk Moti, who is a Senior Director, Scientist G, and a Group Coordinator in R&D and IT, R&D in IT and NKN in the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. As part of his role, he is responsible for promotion of R&D in the area of IT and implementation of Vishweshwarya PhD Fellowship Scheme in the National Knowledge Network, Digital India Infoway, CDAC, and NELIT. Prior to this, he was in charge of CDAC Noida Center as an executive director. He holds a PhD degree from IIT Delhi. So over to you, Dr. Moti, for your address on this very interesting subject.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, okay, fine. Let me share the screen. Already we are late by half an hour, I suppose. So let me.
Yes, we are running about
Yeah,
20 odd minutes late.
Yes, yes. So yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I would be talking about some of the major initiatives in the country, from especially the government initiatives. Are you able to? Yeah. So I'll be talking about India Quantum Technology Conclave. In this conclave, quantum computing initiatives by MIT, especially I will be talking, but majorly I will cover other initiatives as well. So quantum technologies, you are aware that it will become a game changer, especially in the strategic area, and data security and communication. These are the three major areas: computing and communication and security and cryptography. These are the areas will largely be affected with the quantum technologies. So as the technology is very nascent and everybody is trying to capture it and then try to find out, and most of the people are not ready to give the transfer of technology to any industry at this point, because there are a lot of R&D going on and people are trying to hold the IP for getting the good value of IP. So importing and purchasing of this technology is very difficult for us, and we need to have our own capacity and capabilities need to be developed in India. So hence we need to have a significant effort, coordinated effort by all stakeholders, especially the academia and the research labs and the other higher educational institutions, and industry also should come forward. So that is the major goal. If you see the worldwide, the spending in the quantum technologies, almost all major developing or developed countries are investing huge, and especially US, Canada, and then Europe. Most of the countries are already putting in a lot of money, and India also. We are trying to create a cohort of good quantum computing people and the research activities that we want to develop. So what are the major initiatives? As you have rightly mentioned that last year in the budget speech, it was announced that National Mission on Quantum Technologies will be developed, and then 8,000 crores has been earmarked for that. And under the PM Stack program, then DST and MIT and DRDO and ISRO, these are the major government organizations who are participating in this whole program, and DST is spearheading this. And you might have heard from Professor Ashutosh Sharma's speech about this DST's program of National Quantum on Quantum Technologies and Application Program. But I will be just briefly talking about what are the major initiatives that are being taken. And this quantum technologies, as you are aware, that it is highly interdisciplinary and cutting edge technologies. So it involves physicists and quantum mechanics people, electronics and computer science and electronic instrumentation people and materials people. All these people put together, it is a completely interdisciplinary program. So all the researchers, if they are working in silos, it will become a little, we may not be able to converge into a mega project. So the main idea of this program is to combine all these initiatives into one major initiative and then show that India's capability in the quantum technology. So while we are working on the mulling over the DPR and then finalizing the program for this 8,000 crores project, so simultaneously small efforts are also have been started, and DST has last year announced the Quest program, and DST under the interdisciplinary cyber physical systems program also, they have set up a technology innovation hub at IISER Mohali and IISER Pune. There is a typo here, IISER Pune and then IISER Mohali. So MIT also has started a Center of Excellence in Quantum Technologies along with IISc Bangalore and RRI and CDAC. So IISc Bangalore basically development of the quantum technologies as starting with the elementary building of quantum computer processor, which is 8-bit qubit processor, and quantum computing and quantum communication and electronic instrumentation and other interfaces will be done by CDAC. And RRI, especially Professor Urvashi Sinha is here. She will be talking more on these activities. They are developing on the quantum teleportation over optical fiber link up to 100 kilometers or beyond that. And QKD protocols and post-quantum cryptography are also working along with SETS and IIT Madras. So DRDO and strategic secured communication basically are working. They are working on quantum materials and quantum dots and quantum clock. And some of these activities they are already working on. Quantum and secured communication network, that is a major for strategic importance DRDO is focusing on. And ISRO mainly quantum communication for satellite communication through satellite link. So ISRO is focusing on that. So these are some of the major government initiatives. As part of these quantum technologies, we have started building our own quantum simulator. So indigenous quantum computing simulator. It is first, of course, most of you are aware that IBM has announced that QSKIT quantum simulator, and ATOS and CDAC has developed another quantum simulator, and the AWS also has come out with some quantum simulator. So the skill development in the quantum computing simulator, IISc Bangalore has developed the quantum simulator, basic simulator, and CDAC Bangalore has developed its user interface and other software for that. And CDAC Hyderabad porting onto Param supercomputer, and IIT Roorkee, we combined them into development of quantum computing course and then capacity building and doing some experiments for the students and researchers to learn on that basically. So this quantum computer simulator is the first initiative in India. It addresses both the challenges and advances of quantum computing, and also it focuses on the decoherence devices and the devices which are collapsing devices, also faulty devices also it can simulate. That is the major advantage of this. It is not just ideal case it will present like any other simulator. It will give the faulty devices also, so that the students can do a lot of experiments on this. So it offers a robust quantum computer simulator integrated with various workbench. UI is there. Students and researchers can use it definitely. And imprecise initial state preparation also you can start with, and you can create some noise and along with the gates and disturbances in the data and memory also you can create. So these are the advantages of this quantum simulator. Multiple users submit simultaneously. It is on the cloud base, cloud you can access and solved examples, some practical examples, and some are designed along with that. It can have a run standalone system on the Param Shavak machine on this. And also QM simulator is available and the high performance computing system of Param Siddhi, that AI machine developed by under NSM program. So the roles of participating institutions, IISc Bangalore has designed the basic quantum toolkit and the idea behind the whole thing, and CDAC Bangalore has developed the user interface, and CDAC Hyderabad has attempted porting onto supercomputing, parallelizing the whole effort. And IIT Roorkee designed some R&D and the quantum circuits and algorithms, and then developed the Jupyter notebook for various students and researchers to use it, and also designed some of the experiments and ran a lot of courses. Nearly around 500 students and researchers have been trained so far under various programs. So this is one of the interface screen. You can get the interface and interactive user interface, which is having this quantum simulator toolkit that is indigenously developed it. And it is now ported onto Param Shavak machine and the supercomputer facility. And also it has it can work on the cloud using cloud Param Siddhi computer, and many users can work. So in addition to that, capacity building cryptography programs are also, we have started. Online courses have been started. IIT Roorkee and QU Labs, Professor Nixon Patel, Dr. Nixon Patel is there. And CDAC and ATOS has created another machine, quantum simulator. And IIT Roorkee and IISc Bangalore, which already I have showed it. And MIT and COE and IISc and this RRI and then CDAC combined with one center of excellence has been set up. DST has already mentioned about the technology incubation hub has been created in IISER Pune and Mohali. And in addition to that, AWS has set up a quantum center of excellence in quantum computer in DIC, Digital India Corporation in MIT. And they are offering this at least 1 lakh hours of quantum computing machine, that simulator and the parallel processing machine to the various students and researchers for over a period of 3 years, and it will be operational very soon. And another important thing that is from this academic year onwards, IISc Bangalore has started this MTech in quantum technologies and applications. Quantum computing and quantum technology science has started this program. This regular MTech program from IISc Bangalore will be from this academic year onwards. Already the admissions progress is in progress. In addition to that, we are trying to do a small project on quantum digital signature, post-quantum digital signature, how the digital signatures can vary with the quantum technologies once these are available, quantum computer is available. That is another major activity that we are doing it. And quantum network segment, how we can get a quantum network, a secured network on NKN. So IIT Madras and SETS Chennai and NIC, we have taken one segment from Bangalore to Delhi, one complete segment of NKN segment, on which how this quantum, it can be a secured quantum network can be constructed for strategic applications of NKN. That we have another project that we have started very recently. So these are some of the major initiatives that are going on across the country in various government departments. In addition to that, many people are trying to work out various projects along with the industry and also with the academia and research labs. And especially the QU labs, Nixon Patel has set up 3 centers of excellences. Apart from this, one in Calcutta and one in Hyderabad, IIT Hyderabad, and also in one in IIT Roorkee. So especially for the capacity building and then doing research in AI and quantum technologies. So some of these major initiatives, and I'm aware that there are a few startup companies have already started. I mean, it has reached the second double digit already. And there are more than 10 or 15 startup companies are already there and working in it. And I'm very sure that India's quantum computing mission will kick off very fast, and then within next 3 or 4 years, we are also compatible with other countries of developing countries in this area. We are not behind. We are not lagging behind in this area of quantum technologies when compared to any other country in this world. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this very insightful presentation on the initiatives taken by Government of India along with its academic and research partners. With this, I would like to welcome the next speaker of the day, Shri Animesh Aryan, founder and CEO of TechBit Labs, for his initial insights into the subject. Also, I would request, since we are running short of time, if we can have the initial insights, etc., of around 3-4 minutes.
Sure.
Over to you,
Thank you.
Mr. Aryan.
Yeah, thank you, Devdu. Dear esteemed panelists, namaste to one and all. It's an honor to be a part of this conclave. And this is Animesh representing TechBit Labs, which is a company founded in the year 2018. And our primary objective is to commercialize quantum technologies in India. And we are actively engaged with government organization and enterprises towards the effective adoption of secure quantum communication system to start with. And I must say that the session of the previous speakers have been very intuitive, in terms of presenting their data, especially the one on from Singapore. I feel that that ASSOCHAM has done a great job, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for building this kind of a platform where people from government, academia, and industry can come on a single platform. So I believe that this forum will strengthen the industry academia collaboration, and we can take this technology ahead and make country self-reliant. Thank you. Yeah.
Sure. So Mr. Aryan, do you have any presentation, or we'll come back to the questions at a later point of time?
Yeah, we'll come back to the questions. That's where we're prepared.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Aryan, for your initial comments. With this, we would move on to the next guest for the day, Sri Abhishek Chopra, founder and CEO of Boston Tube PSI, for his thoughts and point of view on the subject. Over to you, Mr. Chopra.
Thank you, Mr. To honorable dignitaries. Again, I really appreciate this whole event that is put by ASSOCHAM and the dignitaries present, the thought that were presented as a youth of India. I really strongly believe in this technology, and a lot of things have to be achieved. It's a long haul, as mentioned previously. So, Mr. If I can request, if I can share my screen, make it quick.
Yes, just give me a moment. You can share your screen now.
So I'm the founder and CEO of Boson QSI. Boson QSI is an early stage startup which was formed in 2020, September of 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, where uncertainty prevailed, and then we believed as youngsters that if this time of uncertainty can be utilized in realizing our dreams. So Boson QSI comes in a very different fashion. It brings quantum paradigm into multi-physics simulations, financial simulations, or simulations in general. We come from an application perspective. So we are the first mover in quantum computing for engineering simulation, which is extending to financial simulation. So we are a B2B technology offered through SaaS platform. Very quickly, we are targeting higher accuracy and lower turnaround times, which are needed in very much a lot of industries. For example, automotive, then you have aerospace, energy, construction, pharmaceutical, manufacturing, consumer goods, and electronics. So we are really targeting a very big pool of market and the companies. And why QP is necessary in this is because a lot of industries need high accuracy simulations. You can think from as high as like designing a building to as low as even designing a shampoo bottle. Everything does require some kind of simulation and testing, and this is where high quality comes in. And what people have struggled, the companies have struggled, is these simulations are really not possible in a given amount of time. And here in the screen, you see some of the examples what happens when you go for like quick simulations, and we are not able to do them. And that is where we come in. Our vision is to become the premier simulation software company, leveraging the power of quantum computing. Again, we come from an application perspective, so we know this industry, aerospace industry, automotive industry, financial industry very well, and the pain points there. And our mission is to become an integral technology in the product lifecycle of any such customer. And currently, we are designing and developing a multi-physics simulation software that is based on hybrid GPU-QPU approach, so the hybrid systems. And just to highlight, we are a young startup, but we have done a very fabulous job in attracting why we are differentiating in this product, and also leading the quantum technology along with the government and other startups here in India. And we are going global. We have a very strong team that is formed. So the founding team, all of us are young, I would say, like we are 25 years of age, but very, very strong capability that we have built over years. And we are also joined with from our advisory board and other things. So with that, I just would like to thank again for this opportunity. And Boson QSI is here to make a fundamental difference, as our name reflects. Boson, which is the particle that is named after the respected scientist, which is of Indian origin, and that's where we understand the fundamental difference in this quantum technology. So thank you. I'm really excited to be here with these amazing set of people. I've heard great things about them, and this is the first time I'm getting the opportunity to sit with them and discuss the potential as a youth of it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Chopra. That was a good introduction about the organization and how important simulation is in various industries and how quantum technology can help. With this, I'll like to welcome our next guest, Sri Nixon Patel, Adjunct Professor, Department of Artificial Intelligence and Electrical Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad, and CEO Q Labs and a serial entrepreneur. Over to you, Mr. Patel, for your ideas and thoughts on the subject.
Thank you, Mr. Dar, and thank you, ASSOCHAM, and the rest of the folks. Just want to do a quick share of what we've been doing with Q Labs, which is established, I think, one of the earliest companies in India. If I can share the, can you just allow me to share this thing?
Varun, can you just help with the sharing, please?
Already given, Nixon ji, you can share your screen.
Yeah, this. Yeah, okay. I just got the. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can see the screen. You can go ahead, Mr.
Okay. See, Q Labs is based out of Princeton, New Jersey, and as Dr. Moti just said, we have 4 labs in various IITs, IIT Hyderabad, where I'm a sergeant prop, and in Kolkata. We are now moving to the IIT KGP research park, IIT Kharagpur being my alma mater. We have one in IIT Roorkee, which is where we build that simulator along with ISC and other folks see that. So let me quickly, so we want to kind of build things in the quantum communication space. Right? Quantum computing has been kind of been happening, and from Indian perspective, I think communication is the sweet spot, which I think is relevant. And so we are focusing on that. But this, I know, skip, this is general communication. This is the market size, 5.5. So who we are, right? We are among the first global companies in quantum communication. And we are working with also ecosystem in Canada and in US and in UK. We are working with Bristol University in UK and US with University of Maryland, which is, I think, the highest number of quantum faculty in the world, and with Chicago Quantum Exchange. So we try to accelerate quantum communication solutions based out of these labs in India. It's multidisciplinary focused with Global Institute Connects. And this comes from my previous 7 or 8 startups. Most of them I do with the industry, academia kind of. Previous startup was an AI, which had 8 labs in India, 1 in Israel, 1 in US. And I was 12 years ago, I did one of the first solar startup in India, and that one of the first speech engine companies, so forth, right? So this is the same model. This is a time evolution with various products. It's time consuming. So I'll just focus on this. We are trying to create secure, long distance, scalable quantum internet. So at IIT Hyderabad, we have 2 or 3 groups. There are about various faculties, PhD scholars, postdocs, and a bunch of people, about 20 odd in different capacity, where we are building the next quantum network simulator. Currently, 3 or 4 other institutes in the world, the Delft or KO in Japan, or a few in US, have built the first and the second layer of that network stack, and we are building on top of that, the network protocol stack. And we're just about finished creating the first quantum network routing protocol. So that's that. Then we have a federated machine learning group. That's another group. And the other part, the secure communication, where we have in our groups in Kolkata, we're doing something called blind quantum computing, which allows a poor Alice with little or no quantum resource to be able to delegate its quantum algorithm or work to a Charlie, which has a lot of resources, without letting the Charlie know about his data or algorithm. Also, there's quantum secure direct communication protocols we are making, which are used for quantum dialogue, multi-party quantum kind of a conference. And with all these quantum network, quantum internet, we need quantum memory. So that's another product in quantum memory. So these are some of the IPs that are getting built. And idea is to start building a portfolio of patents out of India, this area. This is the quantum value chain, communication value chain. We are playing in some of these areas. And these are some of our stack, the quantum internet stack. And this is the whole bunch of quantum protocols, which are all unique and very novel, multi-party establishing of a group key for multiple users. And this stack talks about AI. So what we are trying with this whole thing is to scale with number of research institutes, number of scientists, and number of IP out of India. So that's the idea. And collaborate with, this is myself and my co-partner Bill out of US. We have some of these advisory people, partial advisory. Most of the professors in various IITs work in the lab. So that's all I wanted to share. And I think it's exciting times for us in the quantum space, and I think there are at least, I remember I was part of the IBM Quantum Global School last summer as a mentor, and there were about 5,000 students. And what stood out is more than 1,500 students were from India. And that was really an eye-opener, that there is a huge pent-up demand for kids. So last year we had about 40 students who went through internships at our various labs. This year we have almost 50 students, BTech students, from ISSR and other undergrads. So we're trying to build the ecosystem.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Patel. It was quite insightful. Moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Umakant D. Rapol, who's Principal Investigator and Associate Professor of Atomic Physics and Quantum Optics Lab at Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research at Pune. So over to you, Dr. Rapol, for your thoughts on the subject.
Yeah, thank you very much, Devrup. And I'm excited to be on this forum to be discussing and telling about what's going on with respect to quantum technologies at IISER Pune. So I'll quickly share a few slides, not much. Can I get the control to share the slides?
Mr. Umakanji, you already have, you just need to share your screen.
Okay. Okay, I'm unable to.
Can you do it now?
In case you're facing any issues, maybe you can just continue with your talk.
Yeah, okay, fine. So, fine. So, I'm Umakant Rapol. I've been working with IISER Pune for the past 11 years, but before I've been involved in the area of quantum technologies for over 16 years now. So, I've been working in quantum computing since 2003. And before that, I've been working with using ultra-cold atoms and ions for various applications, including precision spectroscopy and other things. But quantum technologies has now emerged as the most, promising technologies, which actually uses some of the known principles from controlling quantum systems from the past. Now, at IISER, I have been setting up experiments to develop quantum clocks, quantum simulators, and quantum computers, and also quantum sensors. So I have a couple of experiments where we actually have demonstrated quantum gravimeter using ultra-cold atoms, and also quantum simulators using. Now, in addition to that, we have a couple of big programs going on at IISER Pune. One of them is a part of the Quantum Enabled Science and Technology program initiated by the Department of Science and Technology. And we have two themes. From the two themes, we have a couple of programs running. One of my colleagues works on using nitrogen vacancy centers and nuclear magnetic resonance for quantum computing. And I am involved in using ultra-cold atoms in optical lattices for distributed quantum information processing and also quantum simulations. Apart from that, recently DST has supported funding, supported the establishment of this technology innovation hub at IISER Pune, which has over 20 participating institutions from the country and many foreign collaborators. Now, the main goals of this hub is going to be developing technologies from quantum, developing products from quantum technologies, which in areas where the technology readiness levels are pretty high, and also concentrate on ramping up those areas within quantum technologies which are at lower technology readiness levels. Apart from developing a lot of human resource and skills development, which will feed into these areas of quantum technologies in India, and develop everything that goes into quantum technologies to enable development of products in quantum technologies. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Dr. Rapol, for your initial views. Now we will move on to the next guest for the day, Professor Urvashi Sinha. Professor Sinha is Professor of Quantum Information at Computing Lab at the Light and Matter Physics Group at Raman Research Institute. Over to you, Professor Sinha, for your thoughts on the subject.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Dhar, and of course, thank you to ASSOCHAM for this opportunity to participate in this discussion. And of course, I'm looking forward to more in the next half an hour, 45 minutes. So I'll use the next 3-4 minutes to give you a little introduction to our lab and its work on quantum science and technologies. I personally have been associated with this field for more than 2 decades and done solid state quantum devices and nanotechnology in my PhD in Cavendish in the UK and in Cambridge. And then at IQC Canada, I did my postdoctoral work on quantum optics primarily. So as was mentioned, I'm heading the Quantum Information and Computing Lab at RRI Bangalore, and we are working, and we are one of the first labs in the country to be working on single and entangled photons and their applications to myriad quantum science and technologies. And we work on different domains, for instance, quantum correlations, quantum entanglement, as well as generalized quantum measurements and new ideas therein. One of our recent results in this domain was devising and experimentally demonstrating a novel quantum state estimation protocol, which was actually alluded to by Professor Pati in his presentation earlier. And so he was our theory collaborator on this. So the work was, published in the prestigious Physical Review Letters, and is in fact very amenable to be taken up for commercialization purposes through miniaturization devices. And it provides us with a tool to have a precise measurement on the quantum state through interferometry. And this will, of course, have ramifications in computing, communications, and other areas. Like my other academic colleagues, I'm glad that the Indian government has been quite forthcoming in enabling our quantum research through various programs. Our lab plays an important role through a project under the DST Quest program, which Professor Sharma talked about, and we are working on long-distance quantum repeater and relay technologies in that. In fact, one of our thrust areas is indeed in the domain of secure quantum communications, and we are heading India's first project on satellite-based quantum communication, which is a collaboration between RRI and ISRO, and it's called Quantum Experiments with Satellite Technology. And we are very privileged to have received the support and funding back in 2017, when quantum was not quite as commonly used a word as it is now. Through concerted effort over the last several years, our lab has demonstrated many important ground-based milestones. So we have published India's first free space QKD experiment, again in an internationally peer-reviewed forum, Physical Review Applied. This work, along with the quantum state interferography work that I talked about, was in fact chosen by DST as one of their top 20 innovations in 2020. And our QKD work was in fact also chosen by India Science, the nation's science channel, as 2020's top science contribution. So we have performed India's first experiment on quantum communication between two buildings using a free space atmospheric channel using entanglement as a resource. This is an important milestone towards increasing distances in communication, culminating in satellite QKD. So we are glad that our efforts have encouraged further efforts in the government agencies in ISRO and others towards developing capacities in this domain. There is the Center for Excellence in Quantum Technologies, which Dr. Moti introduced, set up by MIT. And we are leading projects on long-distance quantum teleportation, as well as device-independent random number generation. We have other labs at RRI that are working on novel quantum sensing and quantum metrology approaches. We are also working on QKD for people like you and me, the common man, by exploring ideas towards chip-based QKD using integrated photonics under the DST India Trento program for advanced research. While our lab continues to provide a leading role in different domains of quantum science and technologies, I myself have the privilege of being an invited member of the United Nations Focus Group on Quantum Information Technology for Networks. And this is working on creating international standards for quantum. So we hope that, with the upcoming national mission, we hope to continue with renewed vigor after this lockdown ends, our journey towards making India a leader in future quantum science and technologies. So this is all I wanted to say now, Mr. Dhar, and of course we have questions later.
Thank you, Professor Sinha, for your initial thoughts and highlighting the work being done at RRI. So with this, I'll move on to the next speaker, Shri Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO of QNU Labs, for his initial thoughts and insights. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Dhar. Good afternoon, and thanks to ASSOCHAM to giving this opportunity to speak here. And thanks to all the fellow speakers here for their great insights on quantum tech. So QNU Lab actually was incubated in 2017 at IIT Madras Research Park, and with the focus of building India's first quantum communication and security products. So what our vision had been in the beginning to build quantum trust for hyper-connected world. And so what we did is that in the last 4 years, we have gone ahead and built several products and solutions. And the first one was a quantum random number generator, which is used by several customers in India and in abroad, in foreign countries. Then we went ahead and built our initially about 40-60 kilometers quantum key distribution product. That is again is used in India and in Middle East by some customers. And we have actually done 100 kilometers QKD in our labs in the last couple of weeks. So now our next goal is to actually break a 200-kilometer barrier for QKD. It's very glad to hear from Professor Dr. Sinha that integrated QKD chip work is happening. That is very exciting to hear. And our roadmap is now we are actually building a quantum technology for the IoT devices, which will again be available in a couple of months. And we have already taken. We are now working very closely with very large enterprises. The idea is to come up with some enterprise use cases, which is key for faster adoption of this technology for the commercial world. So that's from me. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for your thoughts. So it has been.
Is it my connection or Siddharth?
No, I'm also not hearing anything.
Oh, then it's okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Dhar's connection is.
I think his connection is probably.
Is it better? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Dhar, we can.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Moti,
Yeah.
Mr. Dhar, we can't hear you. I think there's some connection problem at his end. Mr. Dhar, you can switch off your video. This might give you a good audio question. Let me give him a call. Mr. Dhar, can you? Mr. Dhar, can you hear us? This might take a moment. Just bear with us. I think he has disconnected. He's trying to connect again. There's a power cut at Mr. Dhar's place. He is trying to log in from his phone. Just give us 2 minutes. Okay, till the time he is joining, let me put the questions that we have to the esteemed panelist. Can I request Dr. Bk Moti? Honorable FM has spoken about the 8,000 crore national mission on quantum technologies and applications in the budget last year. According to you, how important this mission would be to drive the quantum technology in India? What is the roadmap you should think the country should adapt for promoting the quantum in India? The role of government, the role of technology, the role of industry.
Yeah, actually, this is the DPR is has been prepared by a few scientists and researchers included, and finally it has been approved by the Apex committee, and that is now to the government level. So while the EFC and then other government processes of cabinet note are being ready, the DPR mainly consisting of various components, which includes quantum computing, quantum information processing, and quantum communication. Planning to is each of the area is very important. At each area, one grand challenge is being taken by why level. So that is how the whole project has been conceived, and this is being now and spearheaded or steering by DST, but MIT and DRDO and ISRO will be having major stakeholders in this program. So that is how the interministerial steering will be done for this. So that is how the program will have various components of creating an ecosystem of academia and the government institutions, R&D labs, and including the private participation, industry participation, as well as the startup companies, which will have a complete component for this. And some components for the IPR generation and transfer of technologies also, and creating some incubation and startup companies.
Thank you, Mr. Moti. Moving on to Mr. Rapoor, why is the quantum computing seen as the important paradigm shift in computing technology and considered to be the next big thing in technology?
Yeah, so, can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I mean, quantum computing and various aspects of quantum technologies. Quantum computing is one aspect of quantum technologies. So basically, I mean, all through last century, we have come across many devices, this revolution in electronics devices and everything. Everything relied on the basic, fundamental principles of physics that were playing around at the atomic and molecular level. Now, these were collective phenomena and collective effects that we were using throughout last century for coming to where we are in terms of the technology development. Now, if you go deep into these at the atomic or the photonic or the molecular scale, then there are many other effects that are playing the role in terms of giving the macroscopic effects and all the devices that we see right now. Now, going as we came into this new century, people have been realizing, or actually the seeds have been sown last century itself, in the last 2 decades of the last century, on using the basic effects of quantum mechanics, such as entanglement, range correlations that exist between different particles because of the quantum mechanical phenomena. Now, people soon realize that if you go to that fundamental level, you can actually come out with very interesting things in making devices, in making computation using the superposition principle, for example, and the entanglement principle of quantum states. Like in classical computers, you have these bits, your state of a system can be only in 2 levels, 0 and 1. Whereas in quantum mechanical system, not only you have this fixed states 0 and 1, but there is a possibility, infinite possibility of these any intermediate state that can exist in terms of superpositions of the zeros and ones, and also this strange phenomenon of entanglement. Now, all these things have led to the use of quantum systems for applications wherein classical devices can only hit a wall in terms of their sensitivities and applications, whereas in quantum system, if you use those principles, you can actually beat the classical limits that our conventional wisdom has allowed us to use the systems for building any kind of device or even computers, etc. So henceforth, going forward, there is so much potential that is there using these quantum mechanical systems and for exploiting for technological applications, including quantum computing and various kinds of sensing. So there is a huge potential, and we are looking forward to coming up with some great applications going forward as collectively. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Rapul. My next question would be for Professor Urvashi Sinha. As an academician and a scientist, what advice would you have for the government to help drive the momentum in quantum technologies in India?
So thank you for this question. So I'll break this question into two parts. So first of all, the academician and then the scientist one. So as I was saying that, I have this involvement in this focus group from the UN. So I have been participating in many such panel discussions over the last couple of years. And some of these questions that we are discussing are also come up in the context of the international community. So what I found is that there is a lot of commonality between our thoughts in India and our peers abroad. And we can benefit immensely if we keep ourselves aligned with how things are being planned elsewhere as well. So first, as an academician, I would like to ensure that the momentum in quantum technology is increased through active participation of different sectors and skill sets. So one of the major components of the country's considerations should be human resource development at various levels to ensure that we develop a self-feeding community of experts. Right? So we need to revamp our coursework so that quantum sensitization happens with a bottom-up approach, and young students participate in the excitement for possibilities through inclusion of such topics in undergrad as well as grad programs more uniformly than what we have right now. There should be components that appeal to scientists as well as engineers so that we can diversify our coursework in that area as well. Now, coming to my role as a scientist, I would like to emphasize that quantum science and technologies are still an emerging field with a lot of potential, and we are now working on being quantum prepared. So we are not quantum ready yet, and this needs to be appreciated by the government agencies. Here I have this excellent opportunity of telling what I feel to the government agency, and I cannot, miss on this, right? So in order to proceed towards concerted development, we need investment of resources in basic R&D as well as applied technologies. So scientists, I would say, they are best when they innovate, and they should be enabled to do so. These innovations can then be taken up by the industry to productivize the same. It was heartening to hear the Secretary DST this morning emphasize the need to encourage blue sky research in fast-moving areas like quantum. We scientists, we work through a well-defined, internationally accepted paradigm, which involves publishing our findings in peer-reviewed fora, as well as patents and so on. So such practices should be encouraged, and the government should also utilize the scientific pool wisely to help evaluate the potentiality of these potential startups, and such exciting ones are with us in this forum. This will help in ensuring that we produce products that meet certain scientific and quality standards. That is very important with all this resource allocation that we are talking about. I'll quote Professor Sharma again. Technology hunts in pairs, academia and industry go hand in hand. Thus, resource availability should be given to all sectors, some to invent, some to manufacture, while some to demonstrate live use cases. At the moment, I would say there is an apprehension in the scientific community that there may be some undue hype, associated with quantum technologies that may alienate us from contributing to quantum science itself. So it is noteworthy that the domain of quantum science has actually led to huge discoveries for decades, even a century, I would say. When the laser was first invented, it was not with the backdrop of its commercial utility. Right? Now we know how important it is in several applications. So the government has to note that it is from the academic and scientific sectors that we historically expect new ideas to develop. These ideas then mature into products. India has a history of excellent science. Let us ensure that this does not get overlooked in our quest towards commercialization. Give things some time to mature. Don't expect miracles. This is how other countries are approaching the problem, with a multi-pronged planning that includes the scope for basic sciences, applied sciences, as well as field-based products. Resources should also be spread out over a long timeline to enable concerted growth towards becoming quantum ready. As I said, we are quantum prepared right now. We need to be patient with developments, and this also depends on the specific area of development. Thus, long-term resource allocation would be preferred over a one-time thrust where some people just, as Professor Sharma said, it's not about grabbing something that is there. It is about making concerted long-term contributions as a country, and we are capable of doing that. And the role of academia and science is extremely important, if not most important, in this journey. So thanks, Varun, for this question. Varun, you're muted.
I could see Mr. Dhar has joined back. Mr. Dhar, over to you to take the questions with the panel.
You're muted.
Mr. Dhar, can't hear you.
He's on mute.
Devroopji, you're on mute. We can hear you in bits and pieces. In the interest of time, Mr. Dhar, till your connection improves, can I take the next question? Okay, in the interest of time, I have another question for Mr. Abhishek Chopra. What is your view on commercialization of quantum technologies, and how are the technology companies in India gearing up towards it? Mr. Chopra.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for this question. I think so. We are in the midst of the second wave of quantum technology. What we say, so second wave is defined by commercialization because we are taking the preliminary research that we have done in labs in the first. Now it is in the way that we are thinking about applications of those. So cryptography, sensing, this algorithm that we are developing for simulations. And other such things. These are all the advent towards that, the fact that we are towards the commercialization of the technology. I really agree to the point that Dr. Sinha was mentioning, that we are quantum prepared. So we have to be a bit more resilient in thinking about how can we really bring about the change and then see the potential that quantum has to offer. Also, we have to be a bit more patient, I think. So that is where my concern lies, because there are only two segments of people that we see. One who believe in technology and the potential of it, it's also creating the undue hype, which was mentioned by the speaker. And also there is second, that they say that over 10 to 20 years, 30 years, we are not going to realize a quantum computer. But we need to be a middle ground here, I believe, which is that everybody's collaborative effort when comes together, that is where the technology is going to grow to the next level and to the potential, because that is the transition point that we are going to see. And it is very heartening to see companies like IBM, Microsoft, AWS, and all these big leaders are coming in and giving the fuel to the quantum technology, which is one word that I like by one of the Dr. Srivastava. She said that it's a long haul technology. And that is what we are preparing for. What it means is we are transitioning, we're taking the quantum computing, quantum sensing, quantum cryptography to the actual users. So the companies that exist, like, for example, Airbus did the quantum computing challenge, then there are many other such companies with startups across the globe are collaborating with in order to sense what is the capability that quantum rates can offer. So I think so this very well timed, but I really urge that the audience and the panelists all we think on that middle ground where we are, that we can come and say that we are being patient and we work towards realizing this quantum technology. Thank you.
So Varun, Sunil here. I'd just like to add 10 seconds here. So while it is true that quantum computing technologies will probably take some more time, and we need to be resilient to make sure that commercial from experiments and research to commercialization. But the world over, you see that the quantum cryptography or quantum communication is already in the commercialization, right? So India can't miss that boat, right? So and that's what we are doing, and the TechBit is doing, and many other companies. I think if India needs to really prove, India needs to prove this point as well, that India can not only do research but also can do commercial products and can actually deploy and compete with the best in the world. So I think it is very important right now for the next 2 to 3 years, while our quantum computing teams and our research becomes to a ready level, that we don't miss the boat of quantum communication.
Just a few things to add to Abhishek's point. What I feel is that it is true that there are when we talk about quantum technology, which is basically an umbrella term for several other technologies. For some fields actually need more research, more pure research in terms of taking it forward. But as Mr. Sunil points it out, that quantum communication is getting commercialized. When we talk about the 2,000-kilometer network, quantum network in China, or a metropolitan network in Japan, and if you look at even if you do a basic search of the patents filed in quantum communication, it reveals that everyone is way ahead in as far as when we look at the things in India. So what I feel is that we need to have a differential approach. For some fields, yes, we need to focus on the technology, in the research part, and for some, actually, we need to actually, go towards commercialization. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. My next question is an extension of what we have just discussed. Can I ask Mr. Nixon Patel, what do you see are the biggest use cases for commercialization or commercial applications of quantum technologies in India?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Varun. So I think based on the various speakers on the panel, I think I agree that we are quantum ready and prepared, but there are all these cases which we see on a daily basis that are here in the West in terms of the use cases that are emerging in public sector, in finance. Like I've been having steady conversations with large brokerage houses like Goldman, JP Morgan. All of them have quantum computing teams now. And there are various use cases like portfolio optimization, derivatives, pricing, value appraisal, so forth. Right? So there are companies that are applying them in transportation, like VW, for logistic, traffic management, and so forth. And obviously, strategic and military kind of applications are there which are not known to us, especially in the quantum crypto and crypto encryption and national security kind of things. Right? And then healthcare. And the healthcare with especially the magnetic resonance imaging. So if very recently, professors in UK came up with this whole notion of entangled horizons of holograms, which would make things very, very quick. So I think there are a lot of applications, maybe small applications, maybe sort of toy applications, but that scope is there. And we should not fear that India is going to miss the bus, because this revolution is just beginning to happen, commercialize. There'll be third, fourth, fifth wave of newer technologies, and more complete technologies will be showing up. And I think if we build our base, we should not be missing out on our base. I think that's more critical. Like, for example, in US, they started a K-12 for quantum computing, and I'm kind of part of that, teaching with something called QEDC. So I think that's where, if we have thousands of students, they have to join an IBM Biscuit summer school. That itself is something that we should work on. I think that's more important, that our institutes in India, the IIT, the ICERs, the RRIs or ISCs, they should be supporting those kind of students. And like a small company like Q Labs, we've been supporting like 50 interns, right? And most of these kids are not finding places where they can go and actually implement things. So I think that's more important. If we build our base, or build our foundations, then these use cases also will emerge. Like in our case, we are having small use cases from very, very junior people where we are building something, a mathematical model on quantum memory. And we have scanned all the papers that are there from time immemorial to 2021. And our mathematical models are showing we are at par with what the best of the world are doing, right? So we built the quantum network protocol, which is on top of what the Delft and the other guys have built, right? So with only maybe 5 or 6 or 7 months of work. And these can be now applied if the government, with that 8,000 crore, as Professor Sinha said, provides that translational dollars to provide maybe a link where people like us can, apply our algorithms, where there are quantum optics labs which are set up in India, which can, help people to bring these use cases. I think that's more important.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Anybody wants to add anything to it?
Yeah, well, Sunil here. I'll just add. So in the quantum communication world, I think when we look at it, 5G, there are very interesting use cases for quantum security for front haul and back haul. There are very interesting use cases for banks where a lot of applications are moving to cloud. So in order for the cloud application to get enough entropy, which is not normally available through system, there are application use cases available where quantum entropy as a service can be offered to this cloud application in the cloud, right? We are also seeing a lot of smaller devices like point of sales machine, mobile devices, IoT devices. These are traditionally have no encryption or very less security, and they are going to be the biggest target points. So how do we use quantum technology and security embedded in these devices so that they do not become a bots tomorrow, right? So there are very interesting use cases coming in that area as well, right? Yeah.
I think I echo that, and I've been working with another group, and we saw recently, right, the dark matter guys sabotaged the pipeline from Louisiana to Maine, and that was because they hacked IoT devices. I think that's another area where use cases are very simple, very little quantum resources are required, and we in India have the talent to focus on that direction and bring out use cases in the end devices.
Yeah.
Edge devices.
So right now, if you see log from cloud to core network and up to edge and endpoints, all through there is a use cases for quantum security.
Definitely, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. My next question will be to you only. Can you please tell us more about the journey of how quantum technology has moved from research to production in India?
Yeah, thanks, Varun. So it's been a very interesting story. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, when we used to talk about quantum, most of our effort and energy should just go towards explaining what is quantum, right? And after that, the customer will never come back for the second call, right? They always said it's a futuristic technology and something that they can't understand. But I'm trying to tell you, in the last 6 months, what we are seeing is very interesting story that a lot of enterprises are proactively coming to us, government, defense, outside players. So there is definitely a big shift in terms of understanding of that. So there are 3 aspects of it, taking from lab to commercialization. First aspect is I call it proof of technology, right? How do we convert science into tech? So you need to have your protocols, your you build a noiseless system. So there are a lot of engineering required there, and there's a convergence of actually photonics, computer science, quantum physics come together to solve that problem. It's not an easy problem to solve to get a commercial system, but you need to do that. Once you do that, then the next problem becomes this proof of business. Somebody needs to pay you for that and to buy that, and it should work. So then, and I think the biggest challenge right now is first building the technology and the product that really meets very easy to install and deploy, and then to come up with interesting use cases so that people can really use it meaningfully and then get benefit out of it. So I think this journey is on. Technology is available in India today. It can be commercialized. Several people are offering that. But I think the real interesting part is that how deeply you involve with customer and co-creating these use cases. So I think that's the journey that is on today. But India is definitely on the world map of quantum communication and security, offering products to the world. So we're one of the front runners there.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Anybody else who wants to add to it? Okay, my next question would be to Mr. Animesh Aryan. What role can the quantum technology play in data security, cyber security in today's data-centric world? Aryan?
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Varun. I'll try to explain this in kind of in a few minutes. What we see is that as our world has become more and more digital, it is needless to say that data is the new oil, and the recent advancements in artificial intelligence tells us that computers can process and understand bulk data, which is beyond human capabilities, and any country, for that matter, which fails to secure its data is at the verge of becoming a digital colony, where any adversary or a group of adversaries can manipulate and misuse the information and thereby threaten the lives of its citizens. So I mean, this is what we see in today's digital world. In addition, I mean, what has happened is that with the advent of a large scale quantum computers in near future, which on a positive side will have enormous computational power, but on the other hand, the existing crypto systems will no longer be safe. And when we talk about encryption, public key encryption algorithms like RSA, which are based on mathematical complexities, they will not withstand quantum computers. So quantum computers have already exposed the underlying weakness in asymmetric algorithms, and these are routinely used for key exchange, digital signature, certificates, etc. Therefore, it is very imperative that we are proactive and and we actually adopt quantum-proof solutions now, instead of doing some knee-jerk reactions when we see the systems completely hijacked. So that's what I feel about the role. What role quantum can do is that in its present form, quantum key distribution can make our data quantum computer resilient within of course within certain limitations, in terms of the distance and the boundaries. But the cost of ownership, because the technology is evolving, is high, and therefore it is suited for big organizations, mega organizations, governments, and defense institutions. So what we feel is that in the near term, this adaptation of organizations, adopting this technology will lead to building a robust backbone of networks, which can be used for secure telecommunication, banking, and financial transactions. Whereas in probably in the next decade, we will have a worldwide QKD network, which paired with fiber networks for safely exchanging keys and transporting them around the globe. So that's what I feel that quantum. I mean, to put it in a nutshell, the impact of quantum technologies on cybersecurity is profound and game-changing.
Thank you, Mr. Aryan. My next question would be to Dr. Bk Moti. How can the Indian quantum technology industry work and collaborate with government to drive the growth agenda in this segment? Dr. Murthy?
Yeah, good afternoon to all. Actually, this is the emerging technologies area is one of the important area where the industry is playing a key role in collaboration with the government and other stakeholders, including the academia and other people. I have not seen personally in any other area except maybe civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and other thing. There is a huge gap between the academia and industry. But in the emerging technologies area, either quantum technology, blockchain, AI, IoT, all these areas, there is completely people are working hand in hand. Both the government as well as the academia, research labs, and the startup companies or even the industry also. Take, for example, the quantum technology, this area alone, we are working, I mean, DRDO and then DST and all of us, all the government organizations are working very closely with the industry as well, be it multinational companies like Atos and then AWS and IBM, and also the startup companies like QNew Labs and then Q Labs and other people also we are working very closely. So I don't see there won't be any difficulty in getting a collaboration with these people, and we are conducting a lot of grand challenges, and the industry is welcome to participate in any of these things. Like for example, the IIT Roorkee, the courseware and other thing, the QU Labs played some significant role. And then DRDO's the strategic communication, the project that is being pursued in in Hyderabad. So QU Labs, QNU Labs also has participated a lot. So I think there is a good synergy between these industry and academia and the research labs and the government. Yeah, most welcome. Anyone wants to collaborate with the government, most welcome. Even the new program of the DST National Mission on Quantum Technologies application, NMQTA, envisages a lot of incubation facilities, a lot of IPR, transfer of technologies, and then collaboration with the industry. Industry participation is a major component of that.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. We have Mr. Devrupdar joined back. Mr. Dhar, I've taken first 8 questions. Now over to you. We have another 10-15 minutes to continue with the session.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you.
Sure. And sorry for the inconvenience, and thanks, Varun, for stepping in and taking over. So my next question is to Dr. Umakant Rapol. So as an academician and scientist, and considering that there's a huge requirement in this field, do you see students coming in, showing interest, coming in for masters or research in this subject? And what can be done to ensure that we get more and more talent in this subject?
Yeah. So yeah, let me take the first part of the question, which is, do we see enough students coming in for masters or research program in this subject? Oh yeah, absolutely. So in the recent years, there is we see a sudden growth in the awareness among students at our undergraduate and postgraduate level. I mean, my personal experience and experience of several colleagues in our institute and many other institutes, there is a growing awareness, and we get a lot of requests regularly for doing projects in our groups, either be it theory or experiments. So there is enough interest among students coming into wanting to come into this area. And one of the reasons being, when we talk to students, is that this particular area involves a variety of technological areas, in addition to the experience of learning the 4 foundational pillars of physics, which normally all the students, whoever does physics, they learn the 4 foundational pillars of physics. In addition to that, in this particular area, they see a lot of exciting hands-on work in cross-disciplinary areas, which includes basically, other than physics, there is a lot of engineering, mechanical, electrical, electronics engineering that goes into this, other than just the physics that they learn. So, and coming to the quantum technology part, so there are many concepts, the quantum concepts, that so far for them just remain elusive and were restricted only to just reading in the books. Now they can see these concepts at work in real life. That makes them very excited, keeps them excited, and also raises the motivational levels of the students to pursue quantum physics and the technologies associated with quantum physics. Now, in my personal experience, since last year, I see a huge rise in the number of requests that I get from students to pursue projects in my group, and also my colleagues at the institute. So that's the thing. And the biggest advantage with taking students at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels in our groups to do short-term projects is that their minds are fresh, they are very creative, and very often they come up with ideas out of the box. And we at ICER get to experience this more because of the way the curriculum is designed. And that brings me to the second part of the question, that is, what can be done to attract more students? Now, one of the things is, of course, there has to be a redesign of the curriculum at the undergraduate and postgraduate level, not only to attract students only to quantum technology areas, but to experimental physics in general, because of whatever the tradition or whatever experience we have seen in the past is that a majority of the fraction of students still wants to pursue theoretical physics. Now, in order to excel okay, while that is extremely important to know all the theoretical concepts, it is also very important that we cultivate an atmosphere of attracting students to do experimental sciences in general. And for this particular thing, quantum technologies. So one of the things that can be done is one has to ramp up undergraduate and postgraduate laboratory courses so that we introduce the students to the concepts of, say, quantum phenomenon when we are talking about quantum technology in particular, like designing simple experiments from photonics and atomic spectroscopy or other areas wherein they can actually see some of the basic concepts or basic experiments that would have been discussed in classic textbooks. They can actually get a hang of these experiments right hands-on in the labs. And we do some of these in our research labs because of, as I pointed out earlier, because of the nature of the curriculum that we have at ICER. And I think that works very well, because if you get students at an early stage in their maybe second or third year into the research labs, in experiencing, in actually interacting with the students who are already doing their PhD, getting involved in smaller projects, that keeps them hooked on to this particular area for a much longer time. And we see that, I mean, students who have joined our labs and groups at, say, second or third year of their undergraduate, they have already gone to do PhDs in many places abroad and in India, and have also finished their PhDs and pursuing this particular area even now. Other thing that we can think of doing, or we should be doing more, is we have to have targeted summer research programs, meaning targeted towards quantum technologies. And many institutes should come together, have either a combined summer research program, which is operated in a distributed fashion. Some of these things we are actually thinking of employing in the technology innovation hub that we have established at ICER Pune. The other thing is, so most of the students, it's hard to travel abroad. So we should work together with some of the companies and startups that I see today have been already established in India. They should offer more internship programs like the Q Labs. And they should also approach different institutes. We should also be approaching them to see where the students can do their internship programs. For example, some of the institutes have a complete 1-year-long research project, which is included in their curriculum towards the fulfillment of their master's projects. So those platforms we should utilize together and work together with these companies and get the students do their internship programs in those places. And of course, the last and most important one is public outreach. I think all of us need to make much more efforts in reaching out to students at various levels and public in general. Students, especially from the school, starting from school to postgraduate levels in different remote places, remote schools and colleges, because talent is everywhere. Talent is not restricted to just urban locations. So we should make more efforts in doing public outreach. So I think some of these things we are already planning in our Quest program, and also the NMICPS program, which we will be implementing soon. But everybody involved in the country in this program should be working towards this. That's my request. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
I would just like to take a moment, Devruji. Let me welcome Mr. Uma Maheshwaran, who is the Scientific Secretary, ISRO, and my chairman for the National Council on IT, ITS and E-Commerce, Dr. Lavneet Chanana. Thank you, sir, for joining. Mr. Devrubha, over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Varun. Cognizant of the time that we are running late, so I'll try to wrap up very quickly. And maybe the next few questions will do it in a way that we get the views of the experts in a minute or so. So I'll move on to Mr. Aryan. Now, how, as a country, we become Atmanirbhar in quantum technology? And where do you see the role of associations, industry associations like ASSOCHAM coming in over here? So over to you, Mr. Aryan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dhar. First thing is that I would be able to take the first half of the question, and second half is where ASSOCHAM can itself play a much more better role in terms of defining what needs to be done. I have a few points to make, which is that any country, and for the development of any country, technology and entrepreneurship is central to its development. And what history has taught us is that a technology can flourish only when the key essentials are put together. And when we talk about this, I call it something like a GUI model, which is, we have government, the government initiative, we have the university which does the research, and we have industry and industries association, where actually things can be commercialized. So what I feel is that for India to be Atmanirbhar, the following should be helpful. The first one, which I think already everybody has covered, is that there has to be a change in the coursework. We need to actually have more trained and skilled people in this particular segment. The second should be is actually having a clear understanding of the technology, which means that at what stage which technology is, which is something like quantum communication, which is at the level of commercialization, whereas something in terms of metrology is being researched. So we have to chalk out different strategies, near term as well as long term. The third is actually enabling funds for cutting edge research, and which could be in collaboration with industry and academia partners. So this will actually help us, having the best people, because when we have only research institutions, the best brains will actually go and work somewhere outside. So we have to actually have them here. That is very important. And the fourth one is actually, we as a country have very few compliances in terms of when we look at data security, or something like data localization. So we must have some sort of a zero tolerance policy towards data security, and there should be a strict compliance, because only then industries and other organizations can come in to upgrade their existing technologies. Fifth is actually incentivizing startups working in innovative technologies. This is not only for quantum, but some company which is working in e-com, how do you put it in the same category as where the I would say the product market fit is yet to be evolved. So that's where I feel that the government should, everybody, because all of us are in a way enablers for this technology. So that is how I feel that things can be worked out. And I feel that ASSOCHAM, to start with, has done a good job, that where they have brought everybody together on a central platform. So I think anybody else can also add into this particular question.
Yeah, so Aryan, Animesh, I will add, Mr. Thar, if you allow me. Just since the Atmanirbhar came, I just want to let, because there are a lot of audience here, that today India is Atmanirbhar in quantum communication and security. Today, India's first quantum secure, fully indigenized quantum secure video conference solution was deployed a month ago, right? Which is fully developed. Video conference solution was developed by Indian startup, and the quantum security technology was given by us, integrated together and deployed, right? India is first, probably world first. Now, the important part that I want to do is the collaboration is very important, right? So there are several startups are there. I think they need to come and collaborate. And each one of them can bring their own strength to the table. And I think the power of ecosystem and collaboration can't be ignored. And that is where the India's strength is, right? Indian Atmanirbhar cannot be individual companies doing it alone.
Yes.
Sure. I think that's a great point. Thanks, Mr. Aryan. Thanks, Mr. Gupta. So I'm cognizant of the time. So probably the last question that I have is for Professor Sinha. In your talk earlier, you spoke about communication and how RRI is playing a great role in terms of quantum technology driving communication. So maybe if you can just talk a bit more about that in terms of how this is moving on and what's the future of it.
Yeah, so thanks, Mr. Thar. So just to add to this Atmanirbhar point, before I answer your quantum communications question, I think, we need to also become self-sufficient in the enabling technologies which lead to quantum, whether it is developing our own fibers in India, developing our own lenses, mirrors, I don't know, detectors. So that is also something to keep in mind, because otherwise we will be importing things and then doing our protocol. That's not going to serve us in the long run. Regarding communication, yes, I mean, I think a lot was already covered by the various speakers. So keeping time in mind, I would just like to say that essentially we are talking about two different domains of communication. One is non-strategic and one is strategic, right? So where quantum communication will come in is in the strategic communication, where security is of importance. And so if security is of importance, as Animesh talked about cybersecurity, there are other types of security, whether it is, whether I want to vote for party X and party Y gets the vote, that is another thing we don't want, whether it is defense, whether it's banking. So people like you and me are actually using online banking every day. I am talking to you in an online forum today. It's not very secure, but it need not be. So today, in the lockdown that we are currently in Karnataka, we see that cybersecurity is something which really has become of paramount importance in our lives. And so if there is a better way of handling this, then of course it needs to be addressed. And so there are vulnerabilities in the current way of doing things. What the problems are with private key, in public key, it's the algorithmic breakthroughs which will create problems. The quantum computer will create problems. So we need to come up with a solution where we can, beat the quantum problem with a quantum solution. And so that is where our quantum communication comes in. And so quantum key distribution is using laws of quantum mechanics to secure our key distribution problem. And so fundamentally different in its scope. And of course, giving us information theoretically secure communication, as we say, which is future secure. And that is very important. So 15 years down the line, if I pass on my, something to my progeny, they should get it. So it shouldn't be that, I've moved on and then somebody else has also hacked the bank account. So this should be future secure. So that is where it will have a huge impact in the communication space, where it will give us future secure information theoretically secure communication going on towards our quantum networks, right? So we talked about this, Sunil, Animesh, all of them talked about the various layers in networks. So the key distribution is an important layer. There are other layers and people are solving those problems. So it has to be taken together. So when we talk about Atmanirbhar, we produce our QKD, but then the other layers of the network also need to be indigenized, right? So the whole thing, and whether it's point to point and whether, we are doing satellite based, whether somebody's doing fiber, all this comes together towards what we call the global quantum communication network. And maybe some of us will live to see it in the global platform. Hopefully, most of us will survive the current pandemic. But then having said that, this is the general idea. And the impact is huge. I mean, it's kind of, it's all positive. And again, quoting Ashutosh Sharma, this is where we need to be positive, and then, develop these things layer by layer, not just the protocol. And that is where this academia industry thing comes in. Because, the academia will be excellent in coming up with the new protocols and the new proofs and the new ideas. And then the industry picks it up and makes a product out of it. So we are all, self-sufficient in our huge country, right? And so, I don't want to go into the details of the physics of quantum communication, but I think this is the general flavor of where the impact will be in communication space.
Yeah, in fact, sorry, just to add on to Dr. Roshi's point, I feel that she's correct on the part that the supporting aiding technologies are important, and we depend a lot. There's a lot of dependency on getting, hardware from outside India, which is, basically because we miss the semiconductor fabrication, wave. So it is important that if we have this, then the research can also be expanded. The cost of research can also be reduced.
Yeah.
When we have,
if I may jump in, what relevant point is, if you look at the 12 years ago when the India got into the solar, I was one of the early guys who got a license there. So they had a very good policy that 80% of all the capex that was used for setting up the plant, you have got tax deductions. I think something like that, a policy is required in India. Secondly, I think you have to have something like the quantum startup foundries that they have in US and Canada and elsewhere, right? Which is where you're losing a lot of, like I've lost 7 or 8 very good guys last year, but there are no labs or no way to do that, right? Thirdly, I think the K-12 education has to happen. All you university guys, all you profs, I mean, you don't have to rely on the central government to fund these things. You have your time, donate your time, create those K-12 things, and get people when they're young. I think these few things, if you do well, I think then there's no stopping it.
I just would like to add a point on what the panelists are saying, especially on the Atmanirbhar point. I talk to students a lot on regular basis. I touch base with them. A lot of internship requests comes. But there's another side to the story, where we have a lot of interest in research, where people want to get into research, but people always think about job perspective, which is like, do we get a job in this field? Like if we come, we take a course, we do master, will we get a job? That is the part.
So I
that's
think,
the part.
yeah. So very valid points, and it was a great session. And I know we have run out of time. So I would like to thank all the panel members, esteemed guests, and above all, ASSOCHAM for organizing this great session. It was wonderful getting to know more about quantum technology and the work being done, what government is doing, what research institutes, academic institutes are doing, and what the private sector is doing. With this, I will hand it back to Varun. Varun, over to you for the next session. And once again, thanks to all the guests, the panel members for joining us today.
Thank
Varun,
you.
over
Thank
to
you, Mr. Dhar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dhar. I would
Thank
like to thank all the panel members. And
Thank
now
you
we
so
start the valedictory session. Can I request Dr. Lavneesh Channa, Chairman of the ASSOCHAM National Council on IT, ITES and E-Commerce, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Dr. Channa. I think he's having some connection issues. I can see his name. He had joined back. Dr. Channa is just joining. He has lost the connection, so he's trying to connect back. Over to you, Dr. Channa.
Okay. Sorry, so the moment this was to start, my connection got disconnected as it normally happens. Do we have Mr. Saraswat also? Dr. Saraswat also?
Mr. Saraswat might not join. He's still in call with PMO. So if he is able to finish that, he might. But it looks a little difficult.
Okay, great, no problem. Okay, so let me start then. Mr. R. Uma Maheshwaran, Scientific Secretary, ISRO. Mr. Darshan Hiranandani, Chairman of the ASSOCHAM National Council on Data Center. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed an honor and a privilege for me to be here at the valedictory session of the India Quantum Technology Conclave. We are truly honored by the presence of Mr. Uma Maheshwaran as well as with Mr. Darshan Hiranandani. It will be a great opportunity for all of us to listen to them and learn about this evolving discipline with a truly disruptive potential. I just want to take this opportunity to set the context by reiterating and recollecting things about quantum computing, a broad understanding of the quantum computing areas, highlighting some of the potential applications, our understanding of some of the government initiatives and the potential areas for government industry collaboration, as was highlighted in the previous sessions. So as many speakers since the morning have described, just to reiterate, quantum computing, as we understand, is a computational technology at the intersection of quantum physics and computer science. We have understood that quantum computer is a device that makes use of direct use of quantum mechanical phenomena to perform operations on data, which is normally encoded in qubits. A qubit is a well-defined two-level quantum system which constitutes the basic computation unit of a quantum computers. Now, if we look back in 1994, when Peter Shor formulated his algorithm of integer factorization that will work only on a quantum computer, there could have been only few enthusiasts there who would have believed that time in the feasibility of the technologies required to build such a computer. And frankly, ever since that time, we are actually in a race in quantum technology, a race to build quantum computers with more qubits than by others. Today, all of us know that maybe 50 qubits may suffice to beat the most powerful classic computers, or 4,000 to actually break the cryptography. And the race has now reached a certain point where the computation and application world will no longer be the same as we know it today. And in a parallel to Moore's law, all of us know that the number of qubits has been doubling every 1.5 years. Now, in terms of the application potential, the quantum computing has a potential to provide a polynomial speed up over the classical computing and an exponential speed up for problems. Now, massive parallelism obviously is fundamental to quantum computing, and many countries, including India, there are substantial investments and efforts being made at universities, corporations, and government agencies to invent and build theoretically different kind of computing technologies. Now, next to the basic science, as we understand, there are 4 distinguishable quantum domains, if we can categorize. So first, obviously, is the quantum simulation that's targeting the modeling of quantum systems and their dynamics, very essential for material sciences, chemistry, and pharmacy. The second domain, as we see it, is quantum sensing, metrology, and imaging. That is focusing on the use and measurement of quantum properties with applications like medical imaging and high precision navigation. The third, as many speakers spoke in the session before this, is quantum communication. That is making use of quantum properties and law of quantum mechanics to transfer information in a more secure way than the technologies in place today than can do. And finally, the quantum computation that relies on advances of all the other domains and promises enormous computation powers to solve problems that are practically unsolvable today. Now, some of the application areas with the potential of problem statements that would require probably a classical computer billions of years to solve may include areas like climate change, designing better drugs, eradicate diseases, designing better batteries, improving supply chain logistics. And another very important area that I wanted to highlight is the opening of the new frontiers in computing communication, cybersecurity with a very widespread application. Now, from a government perspective, obviously, all of us are aware the government in the budget for 2020 has announced a national mission on quantum technologies and applications. There's a total budget of 8,000 crores for a period of 5 years, and this is being implemented by the Department of Science and Technology. As we understand, it's a pan-India mission being implemented through academic and spread across the countries, and the objective is to develop quantum computers, develop highly secured quantum communications, quantum key distribution, quantum clocks, quantum sensors, devices, human resource development, and international collaborative research and startups. Now, this is something that and it's expected that on the successful implementation of a mission, a quantum computer with around 50 qubits using at least one of the technological approaches can be built in a time frame of 5 years. Now, that's something that the potential that is being recognized. Now, coming to some of the areas where probably government industry collaboration can happen. So obviously one area is the larger development field itself. And as Mr. Murthy mentioned in the morning in the session before this is one area where the gap between academia and industry in terms of research is actually becoming very, very negligible. In terms we are going hand in hand, and also in terms of bringing the relevant use cases that can help in the in the advancement of this and the application. So at ASSOCHAM, as the IT Council, we do undertake regular awareness and appreciation exercise like the one that we are having today, and it will be a pleasure, and we'll be happy with the strength of all our member companies to take this collaboration forward. Thank you very much once again, and we look forward to hearing from the distinguished speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I now request Shri Simon Severini, Director of Quantum Computing, Amazon Web Services, and Professor of Physics, University College of London, to kindly make his address.
So
I have made you the presenter. You can share your screen.
Yes, thank you.
And my apologies, we have to wake you up at 3 a.m. in the night.
No worries. So is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the very kind invitation to take part into this meeting. So it's my pleasure and my honor. So I'm based in Seattle, which is on the west coast of the United States. So it's 2 a.m. So I hope that the audience will forgive me if I will not be very precise during my presentation due to the time. I would like to spend just a few minutes to give you what is the perspective of Amazon Web Services, the company in which I work. So in my role, I am in charge of the strategy in quantum technologies for Amazon Web Services. So I have an academic background, and I also have an affiliation as a professor at UCL, which stands for University College London. At AWS, we have a perspective that includes 3 initiatives. The first initiative is called Amazon Bracket. So this is a service whose idea is to give access to quantum computers available today, built today, for the purpose of democratizing this technology. What does it mean? Sometimes the term democratizing is used with various different meanings. In my perspective, it's important at this stage, which is very, very early in quantum computing, to give a broad access to quantum computers as the technology evolves, so that scientists and researchers out there can try to figure out applications of quantum computers, and hopefully a service that allows access to quantum computers can speed up the technology itself, can help accelerate innovation. The second initiative is called Amazon Quantum Solutions Lab. This is a consulting business that helps customers engaging in quantum computing, trying to understand what is the trajectory of this field, and when, in case, quantum computers will be useful in business. I need to stress again that quantum computing, it's a very early technology and a lot of work to be done in science still and engineering so that quantum computing will become a reality which has commercial impact. The third initiative is called AWS Center for Quantum Computing, and this is our R&D effort, which is in partnership with some universities, including Caltech, Stanford, Harvard, MIT, and University of Chicago. Amazon Braket is, as I mentioned, a fully managed service that allows customers to access securely on the AWS cloud quantum computers. And this is a real cloud service, meaning that customers can use all the tools that are available on AWS cloud from the same console, and they can have a notification via CloudWatch, they can have storage via S3, they have identity and access management, and they can use this service securely, meaning that the data is secure in transit at rest. At the moment, we have 3 different types of quantum computers built with ion traps, with superconducting qubits, and some quantum annealers, which is a different type of technology. And this is integrated in the cloud, meaning that the customers can also access some simulators to use, for example, as a test bed for running some algorithms on a small number of qubits, but also full integration with classical resources. And this is just a snapshot of the console of Amazon Braket with the machines available at the moment. These are the type of computers that are available right now on the service. As I mentioned, 3 different types of technologies. In my perspective, it's very important since customers often ask help, try to understanding what is real about quantum computing and where the technology is today. And this is an opportunity for customers to actually verify this themselves, to see where is quantum computing by having access to what the state of the art of the technology is. This is just a slide about the workflow for quantum computers. It's important to remember that when people say quantum computers will replace traditional computers in many ways, of course, for certain specific problems, quantum computing promises to bring some advantage at some point in the future, but it's also important to consider that it's not an easy engineering task to figure out how to use a quantum computer as part of a complex IT infrastructure. And of course, quantum computers, classical computers, work in tandem in that. Indeed, if we think about applications today, quantum computers today are mostly used to better understand quantum computers of the future. And that's also why it's very important collaboration between academia and industry. And that's why it's important to stress the importance of fundamental research. But if we think about the possibility of applications in real term, maybe these applications are going to be in a certain environment that includes quantum computers and traditional computers, classical computers together, what is called variational algorithms that indeed use quantum computers and traditional computers in tandem. And in a certain sense, this is reminiscent of the process that is often used in machine learning via iterative processes like training of networks. I'm not saying that quantum computers are particularly good in machine learning applications. I'm just saying that in spirit, if we look for near-term application, possibly these near-term applications are going to be in the use of quantum computers used together in tandem with classical computers. We have a project, an initiative that we launched together with MITI, the Ministry for Electronics and Information Technology in India, and we're giving access in partnership with MITI to the quantum computers available and resources available on Amazon Braket to universities and organizations in India that would like to start using these machines for experimenting and hopefully accelerating innovation in this space in India. Now, what is important, at least in my perspective, when we consider a service like Braket, is building on Braket. So there are many companies out there that use AWS to build companies that belong to any area in business and also research. And if I consider this perspective of building in Braket, I like to interpret Braket as a quantum infrastructure that people can use for example, to build their own business and applications. There are some startups out there that indeed are building applications for the future when quantum computers will be more powerful, but they use Bracket as an infrastructure. Just as a few names, QCware, which is a company in Palo Alto, Blue Cat in Japan, Q&Co in the Netherlands, Reply in Italy. We have some customers that at the moment are also engaging with the technology, like Fidelity, Volkswagen, Amgen, or Enel, to mention some public referenceable customers. And again, I believe it's very important to accelerate innovation in this space, which, as I said, it's very early days, but eventually will be an interesting opportunity. But if we want to accelerate innovation, we need to bring together many different stakeholders, and indeed academia, but also companies and an organization. Startup have an important role to try to make spin this innovation flywheel, where different stakeholders work together and interact with each other to accelerate innovation. I mentioned the Quantum Solutions Lab, which is an organization that helps customers engage with technology and also auditing what customers are doing now, possibly machine learning and high performance computing. That can be what is available today and that could help customers in their journey when potentially quantum computers will be useful. But of course, as I said, since it's very early days, there's a chance that there are other solutions out there that customer can benefit. We are working on our own hardware. We have a research center that is based in the campus of Caltech, California Institute of Technology. There we develop some machines that are based on a type of qubit, which is called electroacoustic. Here is just a screenshot of the first page of a paper with some of the people that work in our center. The organization is run by Oscar Painter for hardware and Fernando Brandao for error correction and algorithms. And there's a number of people that are part of this organization, also in a part-time form as Amazon scholars like John Prensky at Caltech. So we believe that this is an opportunity, and we believe that error correction is really, really important for making quantum computers a reality. And with our architecture, we have some approach that should bring some improvement on the overhead of a physical qubit for logical qubits for the people in the audience that are familiar with this terminology. And of course, in order to realize this, you need to work in full stack, because a lot of different parts need to get together in order to realize what is the full potential of quantum computers. This expresses our long-term commitment in the field. So we're actually opening a building in the Caltech campus during this summer. And I think I'm already running out of time. So I wish to thank you again for the very kind opportunity that you gave me today to present very quickly what we're doing at AWS. And I'm happy to answer any question, either now or offline, of course, by email. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Salvini. Can I request a guest of honor for today, Shri Uma Maheshwaranji, Scientific Secretary, ISRO, to kindly address the stakeholders.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
So very good afternoon, Dr. Lavnish Chanana, Chairman, ASSOCHAM, National Council, Sri Darshan Hiranandani, Chairman, ASSOCHAM, National Council on Data Centers, and all the Sri Simon Severini and all other distinguished participants of this very good, very important and very apt, I would say, conclave. At the outset, I take this opportunity to thank ASSOCHAM for having organized the Indian Quantum Technology Conclave, IQTC 2021, with the theme Unlocking the Potential of Quantum for India, and invited me to be part of this program. It is an event wherein the country's quantum technologists, the scientists, the academicians, the industry all meet at the same time, same platform, to witness the enormous quantum potential the country. As you all know, quantum mechanics is altogether a novel way to look at physics, which was born in the 20th century and is now ready to offer a number of incredible disruptive technological applications. India is not new to the fundamental research of quantum mechanics, and our country has gifted many eminent quantum scientists to the world. The world has recognized the contributions of Acharya Satyendranath Bose in the name of bosons, Bose-Einstein statistics, and Bose-Einstein condensate. The beauty of quantum science is its speed and security. The superposition principle, the fundamental laws of quantum mechanics, allows quantum computers to do the superfast calculations in exponential time using qubits, unlike the classical computers which use bits. The non-locality principle, that is, the quantum correlations between particles irrespective of their physical separation, and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, that is, any measurement disturbs the system, it is well known, build unconditional security, which finds its applications in quantum computing. Today, we talk about various quantum applications. To name a few are quantum computers, quantum communication, the quantum sensing, the quantum materials, the superconducting quantum devices, the quantum information and network, quantum algorithms for computing and simulations, merger of artificial intelligence and quantum mechanics, unification of quantum mechanics and relativity theory. Among the many applications, the quantum communications is relatively more mature than others, as many speakers have told today. Also, it is more relevant to ISRO in terms of long-distance quantum communication and quantum network, which can be realized with satellites. Thus, I will be focusing today on the perspectives of a satellite-based quantum communication and related to ISRO-DOS activities. Just a very short introduction to all of you, in case you are not aware of it. If you talk about the national scenario, Government of India has taken timely action to pave for the quantum way in a synergetic and systematic manner, as quantum technologies constitute one of the 9 verticals identified by Honorable Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council, PMSTAC, as all of you are aware. The Government of India has launched the National Mission for Quantum Technologies and Applications, the NMQTA mission, to unlock the quantum potential of the country in participation with various ministries, departments, and academia like DST, MIT, DOT, DRDO, DOS, DAE, NRF, RRI, and many other industries. The NMQTA mission has identified 4 key verticals, namely the quantum computation, the quantum communication, the quantum materials, and the quantum enabled technologies that cover quantum sensing and other advanced technologies like quantum atomic clock, quantum meteorology, etc. We are also all aware, as somebody has already mentioned, that NMQTA was announced in Union Budget of 2020 with a total outlay of rupees 8,000 crore for a period of 5 years. Very recently, there was a empowered technical committee chaired by our principal advisor, scientific advisor to Honorable Prime Minister, Professor Vijayaraghavan, and there also the modality with respect to how we need to proceed has been spelled out. To fulfill this budget announcement, a detailed project report DPR is prepared under the guidance of an DPR Apex committee through the nationwide consultations of major stakeholders, including the academia, the domain experts, the industry, the ministries, and other agencies. Now, coming to the ISRO context, ISRO Department of Space context. Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, being a member of the PMSTAC, as well as the member of the Apex Committee of NMQTA, has mandated to make ISRO quantum-enabled and utilize the immense potential of quantum technologies for Indian space program. In line with the national efforts, ISRO and Department of Space has taken up specific mandates in the field of satellite-based quantum communication, SBQC as we call it, the quantum radar QR, and also has plans to develop the technologies for quantum atomic clocks and quantum gyros, especially the atomic clocks will play a major part with respect to our NAVIC constellation. The satellite-based quantum communication and quantum radar have already been part of ISRO's decadal plan now. ISRO has taken up the sustained satellite-based quantum communication program with a short as well as a long-term goal. In the short-term goal, ISRO's vision is to streamline the low Earth orbit based quantum key distribution. At least we are targeting by 2023, early 2023, I would say. The long-term goal targets to establish India's own quantum satellite constellation using LEO, MEO, or GEO orbits by at least not later than 2030. ISRO and Department of Space also envision to build a national quantum network by integrating the satellite-based quantum communication with the optical fiber-based terrestrial quantum communication by joining hands with the Department of Telecommunications. As a subject of a bigger program, in order to enthuse the activities further, an ISRO Quantum Boom 2021 flagship program has been rolled out by Chairman ISRO and Secretary DOS with specific targets for the year 2021. Under this flagship program, ISRO has successfully demonstrated the free space quantum communication over a ground distance of 300 meters at Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. A number of key technologies were developed indigenously to accomplish this major feat, which included the use of indigenously developed NAVIC receiver for time synchronization between the transmitter and the receiver modules, and gimbal mechanism systems instead of the bulky large aperture telescopes for optical alignment. The 300-meter free space QKD demonstration has included live video conferencing using quantum key encrypted signals. This is a major milestone achievement towards the unconditionally secured satellite data communication using quantum technologies. What are the future of, or what is the future of space-based quantum science and technology as envisaged by ISRO? And as immediate targets for ISRO Quantum Boom 2021 flagship program, ISRO and Department of Space has identified a few milestones, which include, but of course not limited to, the demonstration of free space entanglement-based QKD with entangled photon source, the readiness of optical ground stations for satellite-based quantum communication, to conduct experiments on quantum entanglement of photons and HOMO-Mandel HOM interferometry, the first technology demonstration of satellite-based quantum communication between two Indian optical ground stations from an Indian satellite using both single photon and entanglement approaches with source on board the quantum satellite. While ISRO and Department of Space will develop quantum technologies for satellite-based quantum key distribution as well as quantum radar, the aspects of fundamental science also will be addressed by the scientists and engineers of ISRO. A few key scientific areas that will be explored include testing the effect of gravity on quantum entanglement between two satellites, one of which will be accelerated relative to the other through Hofmann transfer, to conduct entanglement swapping experiment in space for relaying quantum information as a precursor experiment for establishing quantum satellite constellation, to conduct experiment to study decoherence time of quantum state in microgravity environment, towards understanding of challenges in onboard quantum computation and the quantum entanglement, to conduct Bose-Einstein condensate experiment and detection of gravitational waves using BEC. And ISRO has initiated several technology development projects at its different centers and laboratories that will fit into the bigger picture of quantum-enabled India. The department is working on war footing to establish India's quantum signature in the space sector, which will be beneficial for every Indian. In the second annual International India Quantum Technology Conclave, I would like to reiterate that country's quantum potential was shown in the past by our eminent scientists, and also I am happy to note that our country has enormous quantum potential, and today ministries, Indian industries, institutes, and academia have come together, join hands to build a quantum-enabled nation by unlocking this immense potential once again. I wish all of you and all of them a grand success. May God bless all of you. Stay safe, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Can I request Darshan Hiranandani ji, Chairman of our Data Center Council, to kindly propose the vote of thanks and concluding remarks?
Thank you, Varun. Firstly, I wanted to thank Dr. Lavneesh Chanana, Chairman of the ASSOCHAM National Council on IT, ITS, and E-Commerce. Dr. Chanana, that was a great summary of the entire conference and some fantastic pointers from your end. My sincere thanks to Simone Severini, who's up there at this late hour in the morning, and thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. And I'm happy to say that our data center at IOTA, I mean, our company has built almost 2/3 of the data centers that Amazon uses, Amazon Web Services uses in India. And last but not the least, I wanted to thank Shri Uma Maheshwaran, Scientific Secretary, ISRO, for giving us a good overview of what ISRO is working on, and wishing everybody all the very best. I just wanted to point out that from ASSOCHAM's perspective, from the data center community's perspective and stakeholders' perspective, this is an area that we are watching with great intent. Me personally, I'm focused on figuring out what is the kind of infrastructure, energy needs, space needs that will be needed to get quantum computing off its feet, and how industry can play a role in that. So I think this is a really exciting time of something truly new. And while it is old, its applications are truly new. And immediately, the areas of space, defense, health, and weather come to our mind, because these are elements that everybody is working on a today basis. So I think we'll see lots of movement, or first movement, from the government, both in terms of research and offtake. So I'm very excited for the grant on the focus by METI to get as Dr. Chanana mentioned, to provide several thousand crores in this space that will be government backed. So that will give a huge boost. One area that I think we always miss out on in India is creating enough IP, or intellectual property. And one of our biggest losses as an economy in the last 50 years, we were a great economy before, but one of our biggest losses is we don't create enough IP. And I do hope, and ASSOCHAM will convince our members, our 350,000 members, that they should be focused and working with people around them, helping scientists, funding it, participating in it, so that IPs can be earned and owned in India, and that will take us very, very far ahead in the quantum computing space. So with that, last but not the least, I'd like to thank Varun and his team and the entire ASSOCHAM team for putting this conference together. Wishing you all the very, very best. Thank you. Varun, I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, I would also like to thank all my panelists and audience for joining us. And this brings the discussion to an end. We shall be making the recommendations of this session and would be seeking your help. I would be sending a separate mail inviting all the speakers today to share pointers on the recommendation, and then we can take forward. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Varun.